Try replugging it. Alright. I'm good now? Okay. Yeah, I just stopped detecting it. Probably had something to do with plugging my PlayStation controller in or something. Added me a Neopets, yeah. No, I haven't logged into that for a bit. Hold on. See, this webcam's kind of cut here. Sure, one time I'll pop back in though. Will I be watching the Switch 2 Direct? Yep. I'll be streaming it. You just beat Clonoa about an hour ago. Yes, I hope you enjoyed it. Did you do the Reverie Collection version? You should contact theirs. They said no? Wow. Did you make a second account or something? Or, like, there's gotta be a reason. That's really weird. Am I pre-ordering a Switch 2 if I'm able to? I don't think it's gonna be the easiest thing to get a pre-order in for that. Hello, Amberg. Hello, Cinco. When you made your new account, did you transfer anything from your new account to your older account? Because if you did that, that's against their rules. Any kind of account trading. I would write them again and ask them to look into it again. Damn, look at this box. That is one of the most oily boxes I've ever seen. Definitely looks like a trading card from like the 90s. It's going for a lot of money too. I have not gotten back to Monster Hunter now. I wanted to, I never got around to it, so. Honestly, probably just gotta hang it up with Monster Hunter. I wanna move on from those kind of games right now. Thank you, S-Pack, and thank you for Real Fan for the big 250 streak and 175 streak. Yeah, I prefer the PS1 version of Klonoa, but when it comes to accessibility and price, the new version's pretty good for that. I do think some of the story and voice line delivery is kind of bad in Reverie Collection, though. It's not as good as the original. The levels and stuff are fine, it's just really the story, like the way that the story is conveyed through the voice acting is not as good. Thanks, Toy Bro. Thank you for the 40 streak. Did I do another daytime stream? No. No, I don't think I've seen that one, Matt.
eBay night, yay.
Thanks, Sim. Thank you for the 34 months. Yeah, I just started a stream for like 30 seconds and had to stop it. But they wouldn't end your streak because of that. I think a stream has to last for, I think, a minimum of 30 minutes to count as a full stream. Blockbuster variants. I don't care for the Blockbuster ones quite as much. But if I see ones that I like with labels that I like, I would get them. But only for very select few games. I wouldn't get anything on Blockbuster. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves here with the Xbox handheld, though. I mean, a rumor is fine, but a rumor of a rumor is a little extreme. For my commenting tastes. Let's wait until we're confirmed to get an Xbox handheld, and then we'll talk about the rumors. Sharper Image virtual reality headset from 2018. Man, they like just missed. Well, I guess it's VR with a phone. I don't really know how well those work. Probably not very well. I'm sure this is not good at all. Looks like you just take any phone and you just put it in. So you're buying the headset and I guess the app that probably is no longer supported. Steam Xbox collab console. Well, the two of them teaming up to try and take down the Switch would be a pretty legendary console war. That would be kind of exciting. I have not, Worgley. $10 copy of Legendia. Let's see. Figured for this price there's no manual. No manual. If I had to start collecting again, where would I start? I would just start with PlayStation 1 and 2. And when I started getting serious with collecting, probably around 2001. Good morning. Will we get to see a room tour anytime soon? Well, you never know. No promises. Yeah, I never played Ragnarok. When everybody was playing those games, I was just too busy playing stuff like Final Fantasy XI or SOCOM. Time well spent. The auctions were pretty bad last week. See if they pick up at all tonight. What did you guys think of the Silent Hill F trailer? Looked interesting. My opinion, though, it does look like the kind of game where they could have just called it like literally anything or said it was a Fatal Frame game, and I don't think anybody would have noticed. But it looks experimental. Looks alright. I mean, a horror game set in Japan is something I'd be interested in. I just kind of hope the game is 8 to 10 hours. No more of these 20-hour, needlessly drawn-out survival horror games. Give me something that's like the same length as Resident Evil 2 Remake. And then add in reasons to replay it, so if you want to play more, you can. It's still strange to me that the name of the game is Silent Hill F. That always sounded like a code name, but I guess they're really going with it. I'm really curious to see what the heck that's gonna mean. How do I screen record handhelds like the Game Boy and Neo Pocket Color? Well, if you don't have something like, you know, the Analog Pocket, then you just gotta take a camera and point it at the screen. That's how I used to stream the Pocket. Stuff like the Pocket that around that time didn't have video out options. You would just have to take a camera pointed at the screen. $250 for this. It's got a decent game selection in here, though. It's not your typical bro lot of just shooting games. It's got a good mix. Still seems a little high, though. There's a lot of games in here that are like $5 to $10. I think whoever's bidding just kind of likes the variety. Doesn't look all that great, though. Vinyl with the tier 2 sub-gift. Hey, thank you, Vinyl. Hooking up Matthew Vania. Giving that extra selection of tier 2 emotes. Thank you, Vinyl. PS4 era games are quite cheap, yes. Feels like a decent time to pick up PS4 games if you're into that. Turn this down a little bit. I would imagine the price of Fallout 4 has come down drastically. I think the hype has kind of died on that. Have I seen the story about the next Xbox system having PC-type capability and play Steam games? I haven't seen those rumors. I don't like seek out too many rumors, but that sounds likely. I mean, I would not put it past Xbox right now. They definitely need to do something to shake up next generation for them. So if they turn the next Xbox into like a souped up consoleized Steam Deck, in terms of like, hey, this thing has Steam built into it, you can hook it up to your TV and play a bunch of PC games. I think a lot of people would kind of be into that. For a lot of people, that would replace their PCs if they mostly just use them for gaming. I don't know what I would do though, like, it would be really nice to have something like a Steam Deck that is just more powerful than a Steam Deck. I don't know, I'd have to wait and see more information. And the cost. If it's gonna be like $600, yeah, I'm probably passing on that. Like, listen, I love my new console launches, but unless they're giving me something that I need to have on there, something exclusive, I'll probably pass on that. Hey, thanks, Rusty. I saw you uploaded a room tour today. I watched a little bit of it, but I still gotta resume it. I got up to where you shit on Bubsy 3D, and I turned off the video. No, I know you got the Bubsy blanket, so I know you're a true Bubsy 3D fanatic in the making. Yet to come. Thank you for the tier 2 as always. Glad you can join us for a bit tonight. Thank you for doing the math for me as well. Thank you for the 7 years. I always hated how Twitch doesn't like automatically say this is an anniversary resub, because sometimes I miss them. Banana, thank you Hobbs for the 78 months.
Hey Pete and chat.
Thoughts on the Evercade? From the streams that I've done of it so far, I really like it. I'm gonna be doing another Evercade stream soon. For my member streams, I'm gonna stream the Pico collection next. I wouldn't like Evercade nearly as much if I didn't have the Alpha though. The Alpha makes a big difference as a little contained arcade experience. If I was just plugging that thing into my TV or playing on handheld, I don't think I would care as much. Yeah, I think a home console like an Xbox that has Steam built in, just hook it up, plug it into your TV, and start playing Steam games. That would open up a whole new world for a lot of console gamers. I think it would be a step in the right direction. Steam partnership would be kind of neat. Honestly, though, Microsoft, I feel like they're going to scale back next console generation. I think they've pretty much just accepted that all people consider them for at this point is Game Pass. So I think you're going to see them less competitive in terms of like, hey, here's our game exclusives. I think they're just going to be like, all right, we're teaming up with, if these Steam rumors are true, all they got to be like is like, hey, you get Steam out of the box in this thing. And they're just going to try and sell Xbox as a service kind of thing with Game Pass. Some weird ass listing. It's got to be some kind of like money laundering scheme. Free delivery of an $8,000 phone with TikTok. Okay. No feedback. I'm sure it's legit. Yeah, Xbox started taking the wrong turn with the Xbox One when they started thinking that people wanted their game consoles to be more like a multimedia console. Don't forget, the Xbox One is where they formed the infamous like Xbox, the sports, Call of Duty, TV, Call of Duty, dog. That press conference, yeah, that's where things took a wrong turn. Xbox, go home. God, I love that video. It's one of my favorite press conference videos on YouTube. The supercut of all this times they said TV and Call of Duty. We never get those anymore. The days of those hilarious press conferences are dead. Oh, I just search video games because it's just the most general search. It's just literally searching everything under the video game category.
9 months equals a baby.
It's just one of the most general things you can search. When you search video games, it's not actually searching the title, it's just searching the category. Thanks, Sauce. Appreciate the 9 months. The Twitch baby resub, yeah, man, it's been a while. Forgot about that meme. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a bigger 180 than the hype of the 360 to the release of the Xbox One. That was one of the biggest downturns ever, in my opinion. One of my favorite consoles of all time to one of my like least favorite ever. So mismanaged. Yeah, I've kind of disconnected myself from Xbox over the last year or two. Like I don't even have Game Pass anymore. Just like I don't know. Just not. I don't play enough of those games to even warrant having Game Pass anymore at this point. It might be more of a like pay for a month or two once per year and just play the stuff on there I want to play and then cancel it again. Especially because lately I just value physical games so much more. Especially if it's a physical game that's like a lower cost physical game. Even if it is on Game Pass, it doesn't bother me quite as much buying it physically. It's really the $70 games that are good value, but I'm not really buying a lot of $70 games. So it's sort of like, that's why I just quit Game Pass for now. What game was it? Oh, did you guys see that Oblivion, this highly rumored, most likely true remake of Oblivion is gonna supposedly cost $80? Yeah, it's supposed to practically shadow drop in I think April. Or not long after it's announced. They're gonna just like announce it out of nowhere and be like, oh, and by the way, it's out like next week. No, there is an actual Oblivion real remake coming out from Bethesda. Not the fan-made game. Not the fan-made. It's the one from Bethesda. It's going to use whatever engine, Unreal 5. It's not gonna. These are rumors, keep in mind, but they're strongly supported rumors. But supposedly, it's gonna not allow modding. Obviously, because you know they're gonna release on everything with consoles. They said the engine will make modding difficult, and it's potentially gonna release at $80. Yeah, an actual remake. Why pay for it? I guess they figure there's just too many casual Bethesda fans out there that play on console and just don't want fan remakes. But a lot of people were like, man, that Sky Oblivion game is going to be just as good, if not better, that they were working on. Am I interested in Clair Obscur? Yeah, I've actually recently played and streamed Clair Obscur. I was invited into like a creator program. If you actually want to see me play like the first 5 hours of the game and get my impressions on it, that video is on my second channel. I'll put the link to that in chat. Hold on. It's good. I gave it like a solid 8 out of 10. 9 out of 10 if they can fix a few balance issues in the game, but it's pretty good. I'm tempted to do one more stream of it, honestly, and play it on the hardest difficulty. See how, and also the easiest difficulty, to see how they both feel. Yeah, I was kind of hoping for a Morrowind remake instead, but I haven't played Oblivion in decades, so I didn't replay Oblivion as much as I attempted like different versions of Skyrim, so yeah, it is kind of shitty that they obviously know about the Sky Oblivion fan project. Suddenly the Oblivion remake is just going to come out right before this to beat them to the punch. What launch game would I want the most for the Switch 2? Any kind of 3D platformer. Like, if we got a Mario 3D platformer on launch, that would be mind-blowing for me. But I'm not sure if they're going to do a Mario Kart game and a Mario platformer. That would be a little too much Mario, I think, for launch day. I want the next Mario 3D platformer to be more like Odyssey, but even more open world feeling. Something bigger and epic, more epic in scale. Either that or just revert back to like Mario 64 style. Which I doubt they would. Like smaller, more contained star hunting levels that aren't like too complex. I'd either want one of the extremes, something a bit more smaller, contained, Mario 64 like, or something even crazier than Odyssey. Auctions kind of suck tonight. Hello, Adam. Yeah, it was highly rumored that there would be a collection of Pokemon games, but we didn't get that for the Pokemon Day announcements. It's a good price on Splatterhouse. I think this is going for $60 right now. Cover is looking a little wrinkly, so that's either a little bit of moisture damage or it's just the plastic on the case is causing the slip inside to kind of curl. You see this? That's why you really got to inspect your photos before you bid on something. Because if they don't mention that, it's very easy to miss that. They don't mention it. Yeah, Odyssey had a lot of moons. I want something just a little bit more reserved. That's why I always liked Mario 64's way of handling stars. But you know Nintendo, they always got to feel like they're innovating. They never really go backwards with their mainline series. They always got to like try and do some kind of new gimmick. They would never go back and just make something akin to Mario 64. It's always got to have something crazy in it. The best we'll get is probably a Mario 64 remake. Man, they would be smart as hell to remaster, remake, whatever Mario 64 though, because man, that game is as popular as ever these days with speedrunning and everything. People would eat that up. Thanks, Podmonal. Thank you very much for the 56 months. It's a good price on this. Honestly, if you were able to get Splatterhouse for under $50, that I would consider a good price. Look at that. We speak about Odyssey, it shows up. I'm telling you. They know. Do I still have the sealed copy of Blood Rain? Where did I put that? I used to have it sitting close. No, it's not there anymore. I do still have it though, yes. Is this it? Yeah, here it is. Sealed copy of Blood Rain. You can see. Gotta keep her nice and pristine. Well, I mean, she's not really pristine condition anymore. Yeah, Monster Hunter is definitely a series I could not go back and play older versions of now. Like, Monster Hunter, for me, I don't play those games solo. They gotta be played online. I'm not playing an older Monster Hunter online. The only one I would go back and play is the original on PS2. That's the only one I would play single player. It's just the way I am with online games. Like, some of them just... Once their time has come and passed, I kind of just move on. It's too long gone. And I always feel like the Monster Hunter games are made for online play. They just released this on PSN yesterday. Fortunately, I wasn't able to stream yesterday. I was very close to being able to stream this, but the stream would have started too late. But yeah, they released Star Wars Demolition on PS4 and PS5. So that will probably be one of my next streams. I don't know if I'm about to regret it, but I used to like Star Wars Demolition quite a bit on the Dreamcast, but back then I was excited to just play anything on the Dreamcast. I don't know what I would do to my memories if I went back and tried to play this now. I don't know. I feel like it's not going to be a good idea, just like when I tried to play Twisted Metal 4 years ago again. Oh, they just added trophies to it? So they added trophies and then like they put the release date as March 14th. It's kind of weird to like re-release the game because of that. Did they do that thing where they did like Jack and Daxter where you can like rewind the game? Is that what they did to this with like the save state stuff? Burger King or Wendy's? Definitely not Burger King. I don't like Burger King at all. I never played Star Wars Galaxy, no. Galaxies. I still gotta try the private server for that one day. Yeah, I never played it when it was new. I was donated a disc of that many years ago, Declarative. Java system, I think, is the most underrated. It's so hard, though, because, like, underrated to who, you know? The consoles that I really like, most people would never touch. Out of the ones that I feel like most people hate on without actually having tried it, probably the Virtual Boy. One of the most underrated. Because that is a console where you can't really judge it unless you play it. Because of the 3D. It's way cooler than you think it is. Got 2 bids on this. Terrace Kazi, man, that game was bad. Still bad. Still not a very good game. Silent Hill 3 playthrough, yeah, I've already got it archived. It's just a matter of like eventually releasing the videos over time. I don't think I've seen the trailer for First Berserker. Sonic and Knuckles getting expensive again. This happens every time one of the new Sonic movies comes out. Remember, this was like almost $200 around Sonic 2's release. It's like an easy 180 in a good condition. Then it went way back down, and now it's back up again. Mega March sale. Did they just release a new sale on PSN? I love looking through those sales. Usually you find a few games on there where you just somehow have never seen them before. The sales are such a great way for discovering like the back catalog of PSN games. I'll have to do a stream of that. Well, if I'm looking for games in the wild, it would usually be at like a convention or something. These days, if I'm buying something on eBay, it's usually just some PS2 stuff from my roulette wheel. But I have lots of games for the PS2 roulette wheel at the moment, so I'm not really on eBay buying things at the moment. Which I have decided to for the roulette, since it's been on delay. The next game was going to be Sly 2. I decided I'm going to play Sly 2 in full off of the roulette wheel. So I'm just going to play it without the timer as a way to kind of like, you know, make up for how delayed that was with the PS2 problems. I'm just going to do the version on PS5 that I get with PlayStation Plus, I think. It's a pretty long game, actually. It's like a 15 to 20 hour game. Probably easily 15 to 20 because in-game time is inaccurate for how long to beat. Sly 2 will be a first-time play, yes. Yeah, I'm still trying to process how I always thought I attempted to play the first game and never did. Like, that was one of the... That's never happened before. Where all these years I got, like, Sly 3 probably, Sly 2. Like, I just, for some reason, I felt like I played Sly 1, didn't like it, and then never went back to it. But apparently I never played it. So crazy. No, my Slim PS2s are still dead. I'm never buying Slim PS2s again. They're fine if you're not playing them as much as I was. I think I was just playing a little too much PlayStation. Especially with how often they would like turn off and on with like swapping games with the timer and stuff. It's not good for the laser. It's a decent lot, actually. This is over in 19 hours, though. But I'll post this for anybody that wants to keep their eyes on it. Ooh, it's got Monster Madness. Very underrated 360 game. This is also pretty... I really love the first few hours of this Arcania game. But after the first few hours, I started liking it way less. But the first few hours was awesome. Well, the thing is, you didn't even have to find games at yard sales back in the day. The deals online were so crazy, you never had to leave your house. Yeah, most PS3 games, even the sought-after ones, are pretty good price these days. Prices have come down quite a bit since the fake-out PSN closure announcement. But I recommend Time and Eternity for $45. That is definitely a love-hate kind of game. If you don't mind RPGs that are experimental with a really nice soundtrack and different visual style, you might enjoy it. But the combat is very repetitive, like super repetitive. But if you're okay with that, because the game can be kind of short, depending on if you're kind of like just beelining through the story, it's worth trying. But keep in mind, most people hated that game back when it came out. Japan especially despises the game because of the animation. Are you collecting complete in box, Alan, or are you doing cart only? A game of all time, yep. Did I see the Death Stranding 2 trailer? I did not sit and like watch the full trailer. I've seen snippets of it. The parts of the game where they're just kind of exploring the environment look really nice and beautiful as they did in the first game, but Death Stranding is just like too far beyond for me. I couldn't grasp most of what the hell's going on in the story in the first one, so I think I'm taking a hard pass on the second game. There were definitely some highlights for Death Stranding for me, though. I really liked how they incorporated the online and everybody was kind of like mysteriously trying to figure it out together, how it worked. I love that. Like, the release week for Death Stranding was amazing with the online. I love that stuff. Finding ladders from other players, like, so cool. And there was some definitely standout moments exploring the game, but I couldn't push myself to get through the whole thing. A little too experimental for my taste on some things with the story. Well, yeah, a little art house kind of feeling, yeah. I could always try replaying the first Death Stranding again to really know if I want to try the second one, but I don't think it would be the same experience. Have you added the Snowboard Kids, first Snowboard Kids to your collection, Ellen? Thanks, Maybe. Thank you very much for 13 months. Yeah, the director's cut is what I would try playing. If I played it again, I would play the director's cut. I do not have protective cases for N64 Game Boy Advance. You mean like plastic cases for the boxes? Oh, I do have those. I don't have like cart protectors, if that's what you mean. Cardboard box stuff, yeah, I have box protectors. I don't have it on all my stuff yet, though. Thank you, Trekkie. Appreciate that. Thank you for staying subscribed with the streamlets. Be coming in use again very soon. Stocking up on your cards, I'm sure. No, I don't do board games. Nice thing about N64 cart collecting, outside of, you know, dodging the fake reproductions out there, the carts are still mostly pretty damn cheap. So once you start getting into the complete in-box stuff, it starts getting crazy. But I mean, look at this, right? Like, who wouldn't... If somebody's just picking up an N64 for the first time, like, being able to scoop up classics like Wave Race for 15 bucks, and you can definitely get it cheaper than that, too. It can be a really fun console to collect for, if you're okay with the possibility of ending up with reproduction carts. It just kind of comes with the territory. I don't think a lot of people out there are going to be reproducing Wave Race, though. It's really the first party, like, higher priced carts, like Zelda stuff, you got to be careful about. Mario Kart, things like that. Right, no one's making repros of freaking Iggy's Wrecking Balls. Yet. Or maybe they are. You finished Death Stranding, but kind of wish you hadn't. Didn't add up to more than some of its parts. It does seem like a very confusing game where you reach the end and you're kind of like, huh. You have to like take time to try and process what you just played. Not really sure if it would be worth the time investment for these days. I kind of cherish my original memories of trying to play it. I don't want to ruin them by trying to replay it again. And we discussed the Silent Hill F trailer a little bit earlier, but I think it looks cool. Definitely interested in trying it out. Very curious to see how they put the Silent Hill name to use in that setting. Monster Hunter Wilds was alright. I played it for a stream. Probably not returning to it. I wanted to, it's just... I just could not bring myself to play it off stream and get through that story. The story content was just brutal. It almost felt like they should have turned Monster Hunter Wilds more into a boss rush game where you just cut out the entire overworld, cut out all the stuff in between, and literally just make it like a lobby system, like Phantasy Star, where you just like queue up, you get into a little dungeon, and you go out and fight monsters with other people. The overworld just seems so unnecessary from what I played in Wilds. It almost felt like it was like an empty shell of what the overworlds used to feel like in Monster Hunter games. But I'm not a Monster Hunter expert, but something definitely felt a little off. It just felt like I was rushing and beelining through stuff that didn't even have to be touched for the overworld. I'm not really like big into the Monster Hunter games. I've only touched a few of them. I just remember really getting into, was it Try on the Wii, and then Ultimate something or other on the Wii U? I can't even remember the names. There's so many of them. Yeah, the most I ever got into Monster Hunter was, I think, the one on Wii or Wii U. I put like a solid 70, 80 hours into it. Which is like nothing Monster Hunter standards, but it's more than the like 6 hours I put in the Wilds, so... Yeah, I just can't remember, like, it's hard for me to remember. I think Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate was the one that I really got into. I'm pretty sure it was that one. But I did also play the one on Wii. I just can't remember which one it was that I got really into. It probably was 3 Ultimate. Pokemon card vendors at game conventions. You'll see some Pokemon cards at video game conventions. But you're not really going to find too many vendors that are just cards. They try to keep that away from video game conventions. Yeah, we were talking about the Oblivion remake earlier. Listen, I'm not going to turn down a Oblivion or a Morrowind remake. But if it's really $80, boy, it's pretty crazy. That's a lot of money for something like that. But I feel like they're going to charge it because they know people are going to buy it anyway. Because people love their Elder Scrolls games. I don't have any Blockbuster exclusives, no. Make sure you get yourself a copy of Paper Mario for your N64 collection. It's definitely an essential, also one of the few RPGs on this thing. I'd also recommend looking into Aiden Chronicles. That is a game you will never ever see recommended in any YouTube video that you watch on N64. Like if you're looking up best games to get for your N64 collection, if you're like just getting to N64, you're never going to see that shit recommended. That's why I'm recommending it. Because it's a very ambitious game and some people will actually really enjoy it. And I think it's still cheap enough to take a gamble on. So based on the information that's been shared or leaked about the Oblivion remake, oh man, I'm trying to remember what it said. I think it said it would be pretty substantial, like in terms of the visuals. Like it's not going to be just like a little fresh coat of paint. It's going to feel pretty substantial. I think what it's going to come down to is that the Oblivion remake will be very tempting for console gamers. PC people are just going to be like, whatever, I'm just going to keep playing my modded versions of Oblivion. You can have your $80 Unreal Engine re-release. But on console, I think this Oblivion remaster is going to be crazy. Because console players don't have that luxury. Oh, that was another thing they said. It's actually going to contain unreleased content, previously unfinished, unreleased content in the game, which is cool. I mean, hey, if they're doing shit like that, I mean, that's kind of neat, right? Like stuff that didn't make it into the game originally. Official content will be in the remake. It'll have all the DLC. And I think those are like the main bullet points when it comes to additions. What's another good racer besides Mario Kart, Diddy Kong, F-Zero? Well, Snowboard Kids is personally my favorite racing game for the 64. Other than that, I used to be a really big fan of another one that not a lot of people recommend. Everybody else will recommend like a lot of these other good N64 racing games, but you should look into MRC Racing. It's kind of a nostalgic game for me. It's a rally racer, but man, I loved that game as a kid. Still do. I revisited it a few years ago and it's still just as good. MRC Racing Championship. You have to like rally racers though. If you don't like rally racing, then I would stay far away. You know, if you like games where you're tackling time trials and like beating your best times, the games where they like tell you to turn left, turn right, hard left, that kind of stuff. You gotta be into that. Yeah, I saw it, Trekkie. Just give me a moment. Yeah, MRC. Other than that, I would recommend Big Mountain. It's a bit more of a obscure one. It is unfortunately a little pricey because it is one of the more rare N64 racing games. Here's Aiden, by the way. But I played that for the first time several years ago, and I was surprised. I was actually impressed by it. It was a pretty solid arcadey style snowboard racing game. Big Mountain 2000, I think is the full name. Here's a complete in-box copy of Aiden Chronicles. Pretty good price. This went up in price for a while. Oh, it looks like it's a good price because the box is... Well, actually... Oh, the box isn't too bad. It's a little beat up in the corners, but... This is still within the realm of what I would find acceptable. Others wouldn't, but for me that's fine looking. It's not bad. For a complete in-box, free shipping RPG on the N64. The thing you gotta have with this game is a lot of patience. It is very easy to play this game and be turned off by the combat. The combat is painfully slow. But in the beginning of the game, you're really only controlling one character. It starts to open up once you get more than one character. And the world will feel pretty massive for an N64 game. It kind of feels like almost like an MMO type setting in terms of how ambitious this was for the N64. Alright, so we had a Find the Fake card played from Trekkie. Give me a moment. I gotta hide the screen so I can prepare that. Alright, so I'm just looking through auctions real quick to find something to make an alteration to. And then we're going to play a little game and see if Trekkie is able to spot what is wrong. To YouTube people, I'll explain it a little bit once I cue this up here. Usually it just takes me a moment to find something. Okay, I think I may have found our victim. I always give Trekkie super hard ones, so maybe this time I'll make it a little easier. I thank you, Fever. Thank you for the 43 months. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna unhide the screen, and something is not going to be as it should. So something is changed. The only thing that will not be changed are the photos, but anything else there's going to be something that is not right. So if you can play along, you look for it yourself. Just don't explicitly call out what it is in the chat. You can say that you found it, but just don't say exactly what it is, because this is a little game that someone in the Twitch chat will be playing. And Trekkie will have 2 minutes from when I unhide the screen here, starting now. Hello, Nintendo Talk. Trekkie is meticulously combing through the listings, trying to see if he can find the fake. You got 1 minute. Trekkie says, buy it later. That is indeed correct. Trekkie finally gets one, because I made it too easy. I figured this would be a fun one, because this title is like, what? Used a lady to rumble boxing, okay. I thought I'd throw him off. So yes, it is not buy it later, it is buy it now. Trekkie gets a free card. It's the consolation prize. We give out a little something for getting it right. I'll send it over to you, Trekkie. We can't make the prize too good on these spot the fakes, because otherwise people would cheat. It's pretty easy to cheat on these if you really wanted to. Yeah, sometimes I mix it up. Sometimes it'll be something really easy, and sometimes it'll be really hard. Did you want a card from the time packs, Trekkie, or did you want a card from the eBay packs? Let's actually change my search up. Hello, eBay? This little arrow down here is not taking me to the top. Oh, I'm still in edit mode, that's why. I'm like, why is nothing working? Wonder if I can edit that. That would be funny. Let me see, can I edit like this? That's pretty... There you go. Damn it, now that people look there, I can never do that one in the future. Okay, are we back to normal mode now? Yes. Oh, here we go again. eBay's like, what's that? You were under the video game category? Well, how about we put you into the all categories? Good old Lifeline. A must play, by the way, like if you are into experimental games, especially survival horror. Must play. This is a really good one to play if you have like an audience, even if you just get like a friend or two over to play it, take turns ordering her around. Game is hilarious for how hard it is to play. Really difficult. If you're serious about playing this, I would highly recommend using a rock band mic. Those are supposed to be the best form of detection for speaking to the game. Using a little dinky like PlayStation headset, not the best way. Yeah, you don't want to play the mic that they give. Like, really try to go out of your way. I bought a Rock Band microphone because I don't have Rock Band, but it was recommended online to use the Rock Band microphone, and it was good. It wasn't so much that it wasn't detecting what I was saying. It's just that you got to know what to say. But if you're using one of the terrible quality headphones, yeah, it may actually have a hard time understanding what you're saying. But it looks for very specific prompts. I would love a Lifeline too that used AI to recognize what you're saying. So that way there's like no question about the command that you're trying to give it. It's very oddly placed Batman controller, right? It's like you're just like feeling his chest the whole time you're playing the game. Imagine if this was a PS2 controller, both analogs would be like right here. It's like you're rubbing them down as you're playing your game. It's third-party controllers, boy, Mad Cats. They don't care. They just want to make money. They'll slap anything on a controller. I don't think I've ever owned a Mad Catz controller. I don't think I've ever owned one. Well, maybe one. But I'm not sure if it was Mad Catz. Finished Last Guardian for the first time. Yep, it's a great game. I find that Shadow of the Colossus is a little bit easier to replay. In terms of like, you know, I don't know how you describe it. It just feels easier for me to jump back in and play the PS5 version of Shadow of the Colossus. I feel like I need longer breaks between Last Guardian playthroughs. Just because Last Guardian is so much more story focused, like it's slower, a lot more cutscenes. So I feel like that needs a little bit more breathing room between playthroughs. That being said, though, finally learning the speedrun one day would certainly throw that logic out the window. If I ever get around to that. Visions of Mana. I played the demo. Seemed alright. But I don't remember what else I was playing around the time. It kind of was releasing around the time where I was not looking to jump into something like that. Yeah, playing Shadow of the Colossus on a PS2, that it almost makes it feel like your PS2 is being pushed to the limits with that game. I'm pretty sure it was pushing the limits of the PS2 from a technical standpoint with those fights. Trying to watch these people list the guy game. This is creative. I've never seen this before. That's pretty creative. I gotta give him that. They're like, all right, let's skate around the fact that we're not supposed to be able to sell this game on eBay by censoring the cover. Do I collect Pokemon TCG2 or only the tops? I do the card game, but nothing really for modern Pokemon. Modern Pokemon is just not really for me. I tried it. I'm just too nostalgic for the vintage stuff. A lot of the newer Pokemon sets are just, they have so many Pokemon that half of them I couldn't even tell you what their name is. So yeah, I just stick to what I know. Oh my god, they have a VCS on their shelf. Alright, props to this store. What game store is this? Let's actually look at their shelves. What kind of selection we got here? Is this a game room or a store? It definitely looks like a store. Ah, okay, that's a store. They got prices. I was gonna say, it's kind of unusual to see a... Is that Ogre Battle up there? Oh no, that was Jungle Book. Okay. A VCS. Can't see the price on it though. Anybody need a 4-foot tall Peach plush strapped into a seat in the car? Deadly Premonition's not really rare. No, you can easily track it down. It's uncommon, but not rare. Why is this song so much lower? Can't even hear it. Have a good night, Toybro. Apollo 13 for the R-Zone? Wow. What the hell? I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember there being an Apollo 13 game on R-Zone. What? Guess that is kind of rare. You have some unopened Pokemon the first movie packs. There are some big eBay Pokemon sellers that have a bunch of those too, like the Charizard Authority. He was doing something like that, where like if you bought stuff from him, he would, like a mystery pack, he would send you one of those unopened. It's kind of cool. The first movie packs are very nostalgic. It gave me the rarest card in my collection, so very memorable for me. My Error Mewtwo, upside down flipped stamp on it. Yeah, people are, talk about nostalgia. People go crazy for this game. I guess if you were the correct age when this came out, like some people, this is like some people's Final Fantasy 11 or EverQuest, this Toontown game. People go crazy for this. I don't know much about it. I'm tempted to try it one day just to see what it was like, but it's like an MMO with Disney characters, which is a pretty wild idea from 2005. Oh, was it a child? It was a kid's show? I never heard of Toontown before the game. They would advertise it all the time on the Disney Channel. Well, I guess that made sense because I didn't grow up with the Disney Channel. I guess that would explain why I never played that. But then again, it would have came out way too late for me anyway to have played it. 2005. I remember being very envious though as a kid of people that had the Disney Channel. That was a pretty cool channel to have back when it was new. Sonic the Hedgehog retail version. Which one, ESRB or the one without ESRB? Keep in mind with Futurama, the Xbox version is the way to go unless you are specifically collecting for the PS2. PS2 version will have worse performance. Way to frame rate drop. Hello, Kramer. Retail version would be the one that, yeah, if they're asking 60, that's the one without the ESRB. $60 is about right, believe it or not. Sonic without the strip on top that says not for resale is typically around $50, $50 to $60. I know it can be a bit of a shocker if you have not kept up with the price of that game over the years, because a lot of people still remember Sonic being like a $10 game. It's so common, right? How could it be $60? Well, it is. For that version. Here's another one of those Mad Catz controllers. This one seems to have better placement of Batman, though, at least. Look at that Batman font. Looks like they just went straight into like Microsoft Word or something and picked out some random font. What is this? Matching serial numbers? Oh, the box in the console. Never saw somebody actually type that out. It's not something I would even be thinking about. I guess if you're like true completionist, you gotta have those matching serial numbers. Still looking for Sonic 2 cardboard box. Yes, that can be pretty rare. That's the kind of game where it's rare enough to search eBay for it at any given time, and there won't be any for sale. That's true. Something to be truly rare, it needs to be something that is not always available on eBay, and that is something that is not always available. SOCOM military hat. Yeah, I mean, as much as I love SOCOM, I don't think I'm going to be wearing a hat like... I mean, look at these stains. Can you clean it? Yeah, but a used hat that definitely looks used. Not my cup of tea. It's cool that it's for the original, though. The original and the second one are the only ones I would really care about. SOCOM 3, whatever. The game was fun to play, but that ain't my real SOCOM. SOCOM 3 is just a little too different. It is true, too. That is another reason why I never really want to wear a hat like this, because it kind of looks like you're wearing a Navy hat. Right? Like, I could definitely see people mistaking this for you actually having served in the Navy or something, and I'm not looking to go down that path. Because it's not super clear it's a video game hat. I'm just searching rare. Yeah, stolen PS2 Valor, exactly. You see someone wearing a SOCOM hat at a game convention, you're like, what clan were you in? They're like, stolen PS2 Valor. Wow. Isn't that the girl from Pocky and Rocky? Kind of looks like her, right? It's gotta be her. Never seen that before. That's cool. It's pretty rare. Just got some staining on the back, though. It's like a little doll. I do not disagree that Sony fumbled Zipper Interactive and SOCOM. That if SOCOM was still around now, it would absolutely be one of the biggest shooters out there. Because first of all, we don't have enough third-person shooters. There's too much first-person out there. SOCOM Would definitely carry the torch of third-person shooters if it was still around. SOCOM was huge. Huge series. Even with SOCOM 3 not having been the best, it was still a good game. A lot of people played it. SOCOM Confrontation, while it wasn't like classic SOCOM, it was still a great game, and a lot of people played it. But I guess not enough for their liking. SOCOM 4, they can't... The thing about SOCOM 4 is all the SOCOM fans knew that it wasn't made by Zipper, so nobody played it. And if you lose the SOCOM fans, no, they're not going to buy your SOCOM game. Sonic 06 for the PS3, brand new, a good deal for $13. But that sounds like one of the cheaper prices for it at the moment. Oh, look who it is. People listen to All-Gen Gamers may remember this game. Infamous for being brought up on there. I can't remember the translated name on this. It's like high school English or something. I can't remember the English name. No, Confrontation was the last Zipper one. 4 was developed by some other studio. I don't remember who. I'm almost certain. I just remember my SOCOM friend telling me don't even bother. He played it. He's like, this ain't SOCOM. I'm like, okay. Never touched it. Nah, just PS2. I don't really have an interest in the other consoles. Developed by Zipper. I don't think it was like the original team though. There was something about the developers. I think it was like most of the original team was gone. Okay, so I had it backwards. Confrontation was Slant 6. I'll be honest with you though. Even though Confrontation was way different from 1, 2, and 3, it still felt a bit more like SOCOM than the gameplay I saw of 4. 4 just looked... It was like it lost all identity as SOCOM. Gone were the days of like enemies dying in a few bullets. It was like a bullet sponge game. I think you're a little behind in the stream, Kobe. You gotta hit the live button. You're like 5 minutes behind. We're saying with the SOCOM hat, it is easy for people to mistake that hat as an actual Navy SEALs hat, right? If you don't know video games and you don't know SOCOM, that hat looks very easy to mistake as a real Navy hat. I wonder why the US cover for this game didn't look like this. Probably would have sold thousands more copies. Miracle Warriors. Modern PS2 online play. I've done it before. It's just never quite the same, right? Because you're just playing with a much smaller player pool. But it's better than it not existing, right? Yeah, I remember my original SOCOM headset. I tried to keep that thing alive as long as possible, just like taped with scotch tape and everything. Kept it going for many years. Yeah, that thing was hanging on by a thread by the end. But it was pretty genius at the time. They had to do what they had to do cost-wise to get headsets in with every copy of the game, and that turned out to be a really smart idea. SOCOM 1 would not have taken off as much as it did if it didn't have voice chat with headsets. I did not play any SOCOM games on PSP. I was very competitive at the time with SOCOM games. I wanted nothing to do with what I considered to be an inferior SOCOM. I know a lot of people played them, said they were great. For me, it was console, like PS2 or nothing. I didn't want to play SOCOM with a single analog, quote-unquote analog stick. I didn't want to have to like be turning with shoulder buttons and other weird control options. And some of the ones on PSP were just like co-op games and stuff. Like, I was not into that. Yeah, I was dual analog on PS2 or nothing for those games. So this is what, Yuji Naka's first game, right? Girls Garden. Fun little fact. Which SOCOM did I think had the best single player? Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I just blew through the single player if I had to. SOCOM 1, I think I barely even touched the single player. I'm not even sure I even finished the single player campaign in SOCOM 1. There was no reason to. You just went online and that was it. There was no going back. I think it was SOCOM 3 that kind of forced you to play the online for some reason. I forget what that reason was. Not like forced you, but it had like an online co-op where you can play with other people, so it was kind of a fun little incentive. But yeah, I'm telling you, the SOCOM fans back then, we did not give a crap about the story. It was just destroy people online or nothing. Nobody was playing the story. Yeah, 3 is like the only one that I have some semblance of remembering playing the campaign. Because that one had decent online for the campaign. Other than that, yeah, you get on SOCOM, you go straight online. Maybe the only time that I had to dabble in single player for SOCOM was when the servers were down, and I'm like, alright, time to play single player, I guess. But that's probably about it. Yeah, I didn't even play, what was it, SOCOM Combined Assault? That was the one on PS2, right? Because that was co-op only. I'm like, listen, I ain't playing SOCOM to kill AI opponents, right? Like, I'm killing the noobs. I never even played Combined Assault. That crap out of here. SOCOM ain't no co-op versus AI series. That series was built on competitive. Do you regret not playing it now? Of course, but yeah, it just made no sense back then. Funtech Super ACAN exclusive turn-based RPG. Son of Evil, actually the name of the game. Wish I picked this up back when it was like $100 for the cart. Or actually complete, I think it was $100. No way in hell would I or most people pay $700 for that. It's a cool little oddity, but you're not even going to make it through the game anyway without fumbling through the text. Was I a fan of the early Ghost Recon games? I enjoyed them. Me and my SOCOM people transitioned from playing SOCOM to the first Ghost Recon. We were very excited for something new and different from a competitive shooting standpoint, and the first Ghost Recon was one of the ones that we tried. Ultimately, though, the first Ghost Recon was a camp fest. Like, crazy camp fest. Those of you that played it back in the day, you know what I'm talking about. Most people would just sit there in bushes, sit in, like, just corners camping. And the thing about Ghost Recon at the time, the environments did not move, right? So if you're out in a forest environment with trees and bushes, everything was still, right? The bushes did not move in the wind, the trees did not move. So people would camp, and the second that you would see a pixel moving across your screen, you would just get shot at, or they would shoot at you, you would shoot at them. That was Ghost Recon, the original on Xbox. That's how it was for that, and like at least the first expansion. What was it, Island Thunder or something? Very different, very team oriented, but you had to put up with a ton of camping. Lots of grenade spamming in SOCOM 1. Yes. Grenades were definitely part of the experience of SOCOM. Yes. I mean, if you want to see me play SOCOM 2, I uploaded when I played SOCOM 2 to my second channel years ago when I did like one of the private server things. And you can see how I'm lobbing grenades over the roof in Frostfire. Essentially, if you were new to playing SOCOM, like if you didn't pick up SOCOM when it first came out, the first or the second game, and you jumped in like a couple years later, you were about to get your ass handed to you. Because you had to know, not only did you have to know like the spawns and the maps, you had to know where people were going to be lobbing grenades over the tops of buildings. So the game was no joke. And grenades were pretty much a one-shot kill. You were just dead. That shit landed on you, you were dead. It had a vicinity to it, but you were usually getting killed in one hit. Yeah, there were very specific grenade trajectories. So like you would have to aim at very specific points, and if you threw the grenades just right, they would go across the map and kill people on their spawn. So you had to know how to avoid it. I always said the only thing they needed to do for SOCOM, they wouldn't even have to put in much effort. Just take SOCOM 2, not 1, not 3, 2, and just re-release it on PSN. You don't got to spruce up the graphics, just re-release it with new servers. That's it. You know how many people would download that? Charge like $9.99. Be a huge hit. They underestimate the SOCOM fanbase. You don't even need Zipper. Just re-release the damn game. Like, just SOCOM 2. That's it. New servers. Damn, the eyes are actually kind of cool in that when it lights up. Can't tell if that's dirt or part of the painting on the back. I don't know who would actually use these controllers, though. It's more of a showpiece. Looks horribly uncomfortable. The joysticks alone. Kind of disgusting. This one you can definitely see the grime in there. Yeah, that is a pretty hardcore controller. Thank you, Kobe. I appreciate it. When I think about my days of SOCOM, what are the first memories that come to mind? Man, it was always the damn clan matches. Thing that a lot of people don't realize with old, like, playing SOCOM Online if you never really played it back then. The voice chat in that game was not an open mic system. You would actually have to cue yourself to talk, so you'd hold down a button. It would place you in queue to speak, and then you'd have a limited amount of time to speak. Very archaic by today's standards, but it really added to the strategy of that series. So, like, let's just say that 5 people had something to say at the same time. You would hold down the button to talk, and you would cue yourself in the order in which you held down the button. So if Bill is holding down the button, and he's speaking for 20 seconds, and the other 7 people in your group at the time wanted to speak, you might have to wait for all 7 people to speak before you're able to get a word in. And then you only get like 10 seconds to talk. You had to be very organized when you were doing competitive matches in SOCOM. Like if we're in a clan match and someone's talking about something off topic, boy, they would get yelled at if they did not stick to the topic and only speak about things, because you had to call out where everybody was, right? There was no pinging system. You had to vocally call out, like, okay, an enemy is over here, an enemy is over here. So if you were hogging the mic and not letting people call out, I just, there was this one guy in my clan, his name was Solus. Never forget Solus. Angry Irish guy. He would always be screaming into the mic and cursing and screaming during clan matches, telling everybody to, like, shut the F up. You know, shut up, stop hogging the mic. Everybody had their own little personality. I never forgot that guy, though. Very angry. But he stuck in the clan because he was a good player, right? Like, that's how you had to recruit the best players in the game, so... Ooh, I like. Ooh, this is that that sticker thing that we were looking at a few weeks ago, right? That I totally forgot the name of. Look how cool it is. That's like that sort of 3D hologram effect. That's actually kind of awesome. $135, awesome now. But that's that 3D hologram effect that I really like. Man, my SOCOM memories are just like so nostalgic for me, though. It's still hard for me to comprehend at the time that when I played SOCOM 1, I was like 13, 14, and I was the leader of a clan, and I would, like, when I first started the clan, I would legit just, like, go into lobbies and I would scout talent. I remember, like, the people that I would recruit, they would tell me, like, their memories of me coming into the lobby and hearing me in my sort of, like, you know, very deadpan way be like, hey, you want to join my clan? But they would join because they would see how I played, they would see how the people in my clan played, and then they would hop in, and eventually we built a reputation for ourselves. But it was just so funny being so young, recruiting these older players. Like, I had people in the clan at the time that were much older than me, but they had to respect me because, you know, I was the super young clan leader. Yeah, I remember the recruiting days, holding our tryouts and stuff. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even remember how I started the clan. I think I just said to myself, I think I want to start my own clan. I don't know. I really do. I wish I could remember why. I just think it was, I think what it was a cool feature. I'd never played a game before where you can start your own, like, they called it in clan and SOCOM, you know, guilds, whatever you want to call them now, but it was called a clan and SOCOM, and I was just like, oh, I guess I'll try it. Very rare cardboard box variant of Battletoads Double Dragon. One of the rarest variants you can find on Genesis, which I think looks way better than the clamshell. The artwork, or the artwork on this version is much larger, nicer to look at. Thank you, Wise Wolf. Thank you for joining the stream. Any creeps? No. No, everybody was kind of cool in their own way. If we had any issues with people, actually, I take that back. There were some weird ass people in my clan. Yeah, there was this one guy, but we're not going to get into that. But it was, you know, everybody was pretty cool. The thing about SOCOM, it was, you got to remember, this is a time before. If we wanted to talk outside the game, you literally had to call somebody on a home phone or get on AOL Instant Messenger. That was it. If you wanted to talk to them, you had to do it in the game 10 seconds at a time. So it was really hard to kind of have natural conversations in SOCOM. Did gaming ever interfere with my schoolwork? When I was peak into SOCOM, there were times where I would sit in class and I would like just sit there drawing maps from the game by hand from memory. Yeah, I was pretty deep into SOCOM. I would like make lists of the people in my clan and like rank them by the best player to the worst, because clans had a limited amount of players you can have in them. I think it was something like 20 to 30 people, something like that. So I'd like legit sit there ranking my clan members so that the next time I had to make cuts, I knew who to cut. Oh man, I remember too, like the drama was, I remember there was a time where some of our best, earliest players that I ever recruited, guy's name was Verde. He was one of the best players I had, and for some reason, him and a couple of friends decided to leave the clan. Man, that was like the first time when some of our biggest players left the clan, and it was felt like losing a family member. It was tough. Because, you know, some of these people you played with for years. It was hard. Running your own clan and having all these different personalities interacting with one another, I'd say for the most part, my clan, everybody got along. There was nothing too crazy. But, you know, you get those things that come up where one person, like, has a disdain for another, and it's like there's the fighting between them, and then, like, you gotta try and, like, calm it down. Yeah, I would never lead another guild or clan like that ever again. There's a lot of drama with those kind of things. That's why I had to have co-leaders, so that I wasn't the only person making these decisions. It's too much pressure to put on one person. That way I can defer to them, get their opinions. That way it's not like everybody comes after me for cutting somebody from the clan. But we were a very competitive clan, so like if you were a player that wasn't pulling your weight, there was a possibility we'd get rid of you. Or at least not get rid of you, but we would make you sit out from the clan matches. The matches that really mattered. We had this one guy, admittedly not the best player in the clan. All he was good at doing was using a shotgun, and like the auto shotgun. The noob tubes, people would call them in SOCOM. You know, he'd put up his kills, nothing crazy, but we never got rid of him because he was a staple of the clan, stuck around for so long. So it was so weird and sad at the same time because it was a player, his name was Dusk, and he transitioned over to playing Final Fantasy 11 with some of us. And he would log in every day and play. He had his Ranger level 75 in the old school servers. And then one day we just never saw him again. He stopped logging in. That was it. Never seen or heard from him ever again. It's weird how those things go sometimes. Thank you, Steve-O Supremo. Appreciate the 30 months. Final Fantasy 11 probably distracted. I'm sure it did. I don't remember specifically though, but yeah, I'm sure there were times where I played 11 when I should have been doing other things. No regrets. G4 SOCOM competitions? No, I didn't have G4 back in the day. What was the name of the clan? SKO. I wanted to originally call it Silent Kill Organization, but there was already a clan called SK, Silent Kill. So I was like, well, I kind of like the way SKO sounds. So I tried to just think of another random word that fit the acronym. So I went with Silent Kill Organization. Really, it was more about the acronym. If you had a cool acronym that just sounded cool to say, that mattered more than what it actually stood for on SOCOM, at least. Yeah, I definitely don't have plans on playing Fortnite. I don't rule out first-person shooters or third-person shooters. Like, I'm definitely willing to try the ones that grab my attention. But I'm pretty selective on what ones I try. Let's try a different search. I didn't realize how deep in here I was on this rare search. Did my game collecting slow down during SOCOM? It did, because when you have a game like SOCOM to play, or a game like Final Fantasy 11, it gives you less of a reason to buy... Oh, Crouch Guy's here. We haven't seen him in a couple weeks. Gives you less of a reason to buy other games, right? It's like, why would you buy other games when you're like just legit playing SOCOM or Final Fantasy 11 every day? Which had its benefits, right? Like, just playing that one game all the time definitely has its benefits, but also its problems as well, because you'll miss out on certain games. Like, I would play other games. I didn't just sit there playing nothing but SOCOM, but I was less likely to buy and play other games. They had to really stand out. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle Player's Choice, $145. Wonder if this is going to be temporary. It's probably temporary. This will probably come back down again. Yeah, I remember. I looked through that message board as well. I know what one you're talking about. I think it's on IGN, right? Or something. Somewhere. I remember that thread. Someone said, the best guys I've played with were from the SKO clan. I've played with many, but they always dominate the game. My clan was known for one thing specifically. Now, I won't lie to you, we were not the best clan in the game. There were other clans that were definitely better than us. But there was one thing that we were definitely in the server that I played in, we were top 5 absolutely. US East 1. But the one thing we were known for, we dominated one map specifically. Like if you were against us, no chance. No chance. This is where we did our recruiting too. This is where we scouted for skill. If you were able to get kills on us in this map, we'd recruit you to the clan if you didn't have one. And we'd steal people from other clans. I remember like we would scout after talent from other clans. If they were in a clan where we didn't feel they were up to snuff, we'd get their ass in our clan. And we were good enough where they would leave and come to our clan. But we used to play in a map called Frostfire. That was essentially our meeting spots, because the way SOCOM worked, you would sign into the game and then you would just... There'd be a list of lobbies to join, and each lobby would be a map. So we would always meet... Remember, this is in a time where there were no friends lists. There were no easy ways to be like, hey, come meet up and play. What we would literally do is just join a Frostfire map and then wait for our other clanmates to join that map. So we would just sit in there and play for hours and wait for our clan members to join that lobby. But we didn't know we were in there, right? So we would have to like check the Frostfire lobbies and like look for each other. That's how we found each other. This is SOCOM 1 specifically. Very archaic, very outdated lobby system. So that's how we had to kind of do it. But we would play that map for hours and hours and hours every day. We were known for being like, if you were up against us, typically the other side of the lobby would empty out because people couldn't handle it. We were no joke in that map. That is the one thing we were very known for. And that's where we would do tryouts. If you wanted to join the clan, we would make you fight us, you know, in Frostfire. And if you were able to even just get a handful of kills, we'd keep an eye on you and scout you out. Yeah, the good old days back when I actually used to be really good at shooting games. It's fun to reminisce about those days. Once you stop playing shooting games, boy, it is hard to get your groove back on. Especially with how the shooting games are now. But when I did rejoin the SOCOM private servers, you know, it took me an hour or two. But once I got that muscle memory back, boy, it started coming back to me. Teabagging. Teabagging was definitely a thing in SOCOM, yeah. You had to be careful with it, though. You typically wouldn't do it mid-match, because it's very easy to get killed in SOCOM. But yeah, there was a sliding technique in SOCOM where, like, it was a... They would lunge onto you kind of thing. Like, they would lunge onto you, get up, lunge onto you. So it was like a diving kind of teabag. I don't think a shooter can hook me like SOCOM did back then, because remember, the addiction for SOCOM was deeply rooted in the communal aspect of it. Talking with your friends, your clanmates, and also the fact that it was one of the first online games that used voice chat. It was the first game I ever played with voice chat. And SOCOM is such a simple shooter at the end of things. Like, it's a time that we'll probably never go back to, where it's just like, pick your damn weapon, go into the map, and kill shit. Now it's like loot boxes and extraction shooting and all these other gimmicks on top of it. Like, getting a simple shooter like SOCOM again, very unlikely. I don't think so. Sounds a tiny bit familiar, but not really. Well, when I say sliding, it's not like a slide where you can shoot where you're sliding it. It was more like they would run into prone position. Yeah, there was no skill-based matchmaking in SOCOM. So if you were new to the game, and you were going up against people that had been playing for a couple of years, there was no mercy. No matchmaking whatsoever with that, like, skill level matchmaking. It was just throw you into a giant pot of new and veteran players. So it was very easy to get absolutely destroyed in the SOCOM games and then feel like you never wanted to go back and play because you were just going up against people that knew way more than you did about the game. Orange box just continues to go up in price a little bit. I can remember when it was surprising to see the game selling for 20. I played Halo 2 and 3. Yeah, my SOCOM people, we transitioned over to SOCOM or Halo 2. But I didn't take it as serious as SOCOM. They did, but I didn't. Yeah, I got into it for a bit. I was okay at SOCOM. I mean, Halo 2. I definitely wasn't as good in Halo as I was in SOCOM. I was good enough to join the clan matches. I didn't lead the clan or anything. Some of the other guys did. But I was, I was able to get my kills and contribute enough to join the matches. They were very competitive in Halo 2. They did a lot of the... I think by the time Halo 2 came out, it was game battles. Not SOCOM battles anymore, obviously. They did a lot of game battle stuff with SOCOM, or Halo 2. Gun for $30, really? PS2 version? No, it's about... I was gonna say, it's not $30. People here asking 12. First-person shooters are very fast. Yeah, I think my exit from the shooting games, the beginning of my exit from that genre was when I was playing Modern Warfare 2, and I just started getting so tired of using the guns, so I started transitioning to just using throwing knives and regular like knives for stabbing, just to mix things up and make it more interesting. Look at this AI Sonic. Brown shoes. Yeah, I started using throwing knives and just the regular knife you would get from hitting like what, R3. And that's all I did in Modern Warfare 2. Just because I got so bored with playing the game normally. And oh my god, was that fun. Honestly, some of the most fun I ever had with a shooting game. Because let me tell you, killing people with a throwing knife, you know it pissed them the hell off. And I got really good with it. You can actually find some of my gameplay from me playing with throwing knives, because when I made my game of the year for whatever year Modern Warfare 2 came out, I don't remember the year, 2012, 10, 11, I don't remember. If you go back and watch that video on YouTube for like my top 10 of that year, the gameplay that I used for Modern Warfare 2 was me using nothing but a throwing knife. 2009. Go back and check that video. And you'll see my throwing knife gameplay, even if it's only a few clips. God, it was fun. I got to the point where I was able to like take the throwing knife and anticipate the trajectory across the map. So like I would know how high and far to aim, and I would be literally hitting people across the freaking map. And when I got those kills, the dopamine rush from those kills was just so good, because they had the kill cams, right? So like they'd be able to watch themselves dying to my throwing knife. So good. Oh yeah, they were mad when they got killed with that. And of course, I wouldn't get as many kills with the throwing knife, but man, when you get a kill with that thing, amazing. Let me see if I can pull this up. What was it? Top 10. It must have been multi-platform. see if I can find this. This might be it here. January 2010. So my top 10 for 2010 were Blaze Blue, Calamity Trigger, Rhythm Heaven, Klonoa on Wii, The Dark Spire on DS, Flower, DJ Hero, Demon Souls, Uncharted 2. Okay, hold on. It must have missed. The AI must have missed where my placement for Call of Duty is. Hold on. They do like those auto chapter things. Is this it? This is it here. I put Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 at number 5. Okay. Look at that lens flare. I remember putting this in the footage because I just took a get. Like, I saw the guy moving over here in the wall. I see his gun, and I don't know. I love getting stupid kills like that. All right, here's my throwing knife gameplay. This is what I would do. I'd literally run around, stalk people, and this is all I would do. Oh my god, I used to love the knife in this freaking game. Yeah, you thought I was joking, right? This is how I played Modern Warfare 2. And look, I'm not even going for the normal stabs. I'm going for the throwing knives on a lot of these. Get my killing streaks. God, it was so much fucking fun. Oh, this is one of my favorites. Watch this one. Oh, the memories. One more time. I gotta watch that last one more time. Oh my god. Because I'm never gonna have the skill to do this ever again, I'll tell you that. You had to really lead, too, with the throwing knives. Well, anyway. Just so you know I wasn't bullshitting you. Yeah, that's all I would do. I would just take out my normal knife. Or I'd take out my handgun, whatever it was. Whatever gave you more running speed. I think... I kind of forget like how the loadout would work in that, but I would just sprint around the map, and I wouldn't sit there camping. Like, I would just be sprinting around the maps looking for my victims. It was fun. The other trolley thing that I used to do, what was it? One of you will have to remind me, which Halo game first introduced the Spartan laser? Was that 3? Or was that Reach? Because I played, you know, some of the Halo games sometimes blend together for me. I think it was Reach that I really got into the Spartan laser. For online multiplayer. $130. It's gotta be an anomaly. The late run perk. Oh yeah, I forgot about perks. Well, anyway, I think it was. Yeah, I can't remember if 3 is the game that I really got into the Spartan laser though. But anyway, Once again, it was around the time where I was starting to like get a little bored with normal playing means and shooting games. All I did, it was either Halo 3 or Reach. It was one of the two. All I did was use a Spartan laser. That is it. I'd rush that shit. I'd memorize the spawns, the timing of like the respawns of the gun, and I would only use the Spartan laser. I think I actually was streaming it too, if I remember right. Probably would have been in the Justin TV days. But all I would do is use it even in the big maps. There was this one map, it was like a desert map. Huge desert map. I don't remember the name. All I remember it was like a huge open desert map. And I would snipe people across the map with the Spartan laser. And you know, the thing had a really long charge up. You had to kind of lead with it a bit. But I got so good with that thing that I would literally snipe across the map with it. And oh man, every kill was so satisfying. But I would do stuff like that. That's around when I was starting to get a little bored with shooting games. I would always just look for some trolly thing to kind of like fixate on and get really good with. Sandtrap Halo 3, yeah. So Sandtrap in Halo 3, I would be able to hit people across the map with the Spartan laser. Like it was nothing. They'd be an ant across the screen and I'd hit them. But let me tell you though, when you got to the point where you're able to get kills with like that with the Spartan laser, so hard to put it down because, man, you just knew the other person was fuming. They probably thought I was hacking, honestly, because who the hell... How are you sniping across the map with that thing? But because that's the only thing I was using for quite a long time, I was able to get good enough with it. Do I ever hunt for games at swaps and thrifts? I don't know. There was a brief period a year or two ago where I was going to thrift stores and looking for games, and it was fun, but I find that thrift stores are mostly just like a swing and a miss these days. It's usually not worth the time and the gas to get there. But it can still be fun to look through them, but it's usually a waste of time. It depends, you know, where you're looking, where you're from. If you're in a very competitive area, it's usually not. You're not going to get anything. Drifting was different back then, for sure, yeah. A lot of times now, these thrift stores just, like, take their stuff and put it straight on eBay. Like, some people's Goodwills, they complain that they can't find any... Wow, I guess Tony Hawk American Wasteland did go up. This person wants $85. It was going for about $60 the last time I looked, but seems like people are expecting a lot more now. It's the last Tony Hawk I ever played. Yeah, I've been tempted to try going to the thrift stores once the weather gets a little nicer. I gotta get myself like a stealth camera. If I had a camera that was like a teeny little stealth camera, just clip it onto like your jacket or something, like your hoodie. And as long as it took decent video, man, I'd use that. But I'd have to look into what ones have stable footage capture that aren't going to be like too low quality. What was the release date for 28 Years Later again? Wasn't that like pretty darn soon? June. I rewatched World War Z again recently. It's a pretty good movie. A little intense on the action side sometimes, but the first like half an hour of that film is really good. Nowhere near as good as 28 Days Later though. World War Z is definitely more of a Hollywoodified zombie movie. Gotta love Tubi though. Tubi's got all the weird little horror movies that you would never find otherwise. My problem with Tubi is I watch zombie movies on there and then literally the next day I can't even remember the name of the movie. And then years later I'll like look at it again and be like, did I ever watch this one? Yes. I'm using the Pocket 3 right now. And that's the camera that I took with me when I did a member vlog in Walmart, walking around Walmart. Man, I was sweating because I mean it legit looked like I just stole a camera and was walking around the Walmart. Like that thing is not stealthy at all. I had it like clipped on under my jacket, but the thing was like bulging out, super not stealthy camera. It really looked like I had just walked into the electronics section and stuffed a camera down my jacket. I'm like, yeah, I'm not taking this thing out again like that. And if you're walking around with it, it is really awkward because it looks like something out of a sci-fi film with the gimbal and everything. It's not something you want to use to remain on like the low detection side. Yeah, I still don't have San Francisco Rush. I think I remember renting this game back in Blockbuster. Don't remember what I thought of it. It's pretty mint condition. I'll post this for anybody that's interested in it. You say it's a good price, I believe you. Well, there's different levels to the vlogging, right? Like if you're with somebody else and they're recording you, not as awkward, right? But if you're like filming and talking to yourself, walking around with people around you in the store, that's a little awkward. I want to try and get like a chest strap, so that way you could just like strap the phone to your chest or something. Kind of have it like peek out from behind the hoodie. Depends where you go and like how busy the store is, right? Most people are not walking around in a store talking loudly to themselves, filming with other people around. I wouldn't do that kind of vlogging. It's pretty obtrusive. I think it would look obnoxious if I was in a store and there was somebody filming like that. I'd be like, man, get me out of here. $25 for both Sparrows. It's not too bad considering some people still pay a lot of money for the first Sparrow Black Label. You can still easily sell this game, sell for like 40 to 50. It can go as low as 20, but Spyro is just one of those games where the price fluctuates wildly. Pretty good condition too. I'll link these. Yeah, the Pokemon scalpers are something, boy. Ape Escape 2 and 3. Thing about that series, people are growing very impatient for a new release in the series. If they do eventually release a new game in the series, I could definitely see the older Ape Escapes getting a new wave of excitement. But I'm not sure they'd see too much movement unless a new release happens. I still have only ever just played the first Spyro. Yeah, I was never super into the Spyro games when I was younger. Well, I take that back. I played the second one a little bit many years ago. I don't remember loving it. First game's great, though. Yeah, not buying games until April 2nd, not a bad move. Considering you'll know what games are coming to the Switch 2. And how many games will be coming for the Switch 2. So you have a good idea of what you want to get. Yeah, I'm pretty okay with not really buying too many other console games this year with the Switch 2 coming up. I feel like that thing may become my new multi-platform console of choice. We'll see. As long as the visuals hold up. I think at that point I would trade the portability of it for getting it. Of course, the PS5 would have the advantage of the DualSense. I still really like the DualSense when it's incorporated. You get the portal with that. Well, has that input delay though? We'll see. I have a suspicion the Switch 2 launch is going to be full of third-party games that have been out for years, and then they're getting like $50, $60 ports to the Switch 2. I do think we're going to see a lot of that. I do also want to revisit the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. I don't know which would be the best to start with. Do you guys know? Is it best to like go with one of the last ones they released on like 3DS, or is it better to go for one of the earlier ones? I think this was the one. I don't remember if it was this one. I had one of them on the DS. I sold it years ago. You know what? I actually may go at one of the older ones because I don't want to play one of the newer ones and have a bunch of Pokemon I don't care about in there. So whichever one kind of like caps out at like Gen 2 or 3 or something would be best. It's one of the cooler looking strategy games from Square on the WonderSwan color. It's like a steampunky kind of aerial combat strategy game. It's hard to appreciate it here, but the in-game sprites were always really nice. Forget if this is one of the ones that you can kind of fumble your way through, but look at the cover art. Just screams old Squaresoft, like Final Fantasy Tactics style. Gosh, imagine if we got the WonderSwan in the US. Look at these freaking games we would have had on portable. Front mission. So many RPGs on the WonderSwan. A lot of Squaresoft games too. I think I'm liking my Hollywood Video copy of this right about now for $10 instead of $40 for Whiplash. I have not played Golf Story, no. I'm aware of it, just never played it. Lair is finally cracking the $10 barrier. Man, I would have really liked Lair more if it wasn't for that one mission. One mission in this game just completely ruined the whole experience for me. All I remember is it was like some kind of water dam and you gotta like protect it from the enemies from hitting it and you gotta defend it for like 20 minutes straight. And if you fail, you gotta start the whole level over. It was pretty deep into the game too, probably like 70% of the way. I was loving the game up until that mission. I couldn't get past it. Gave up. These are the kind of games Japan gets on the damn Pico. We get Winnie the Pooh. They get anime. And the games they get are like actual games. I actually just uploaded my Sega Pico stream that I did all those years ago to my second channel, where I played a selection of games with my busted Pico at the time. Sonic games, Echo, Lion King. Lion King was interesting because I tried to like play with my eyes closed or something, make it more interesting. $30 for Shadow of the Colossus Black Label. Mechacon wants us to watch something. It's from IGN, apparently. Probably a trailer. Wants us to watch the Tony Hawk 3 and 4 reveal trailer. I'm going to keep it muted because I'm sure they're playing music. That's going to be a problem. Yeah, the last Tony Hawk I played, well, before American Wasteland was 4. I think the one I played the most was 2, followed by 1. And then I really, my memory of playing 3 and 4 is kind of shaky. They kind of blend together. I think I played more 4. I don't know. I'm just kind of like done with the Tony Hawk games. I avoided the last one, so the last remake for 1 and 2. They're fun, but I just don't see myself actually paying full price for these. Wonder what they're doing with the music, though. They're probably changing out a lot of the music. The music is very nostalgic in 1 and 2 for me. I definitely don't remember the music in 3 and 4. I'm assuming you're picking it up, Mikakong. Yeah. No, that's how I feel about them. I love Tony Hawk back in the day. They were super fun to play, but these days, like going back to those originals in a remake, I feel like I could pass on it easily. I also just feel so... Now that you're able to see what people are able to do in those games. Back when you played it when you were younger, you felt like you were amazing, right? You were doing all these grinds and combos, but now you look at what's actually possible in those games and you're like, damn, I actually suck at this series. I have a problem with those kind of games too, where I just keep doing the same moves, the same group of moves over and over. They feel like so button mashy to me. It's like I never really put in the time to learn every single move you can do in this. This is another PS2 game I gotta get. This is supposed to be a terrible game. Spy Hunter, Nowhere to Run. The on foot sections in this just look so terrible. Which means I gotta play it. Terrible games now are just not the same as terrible games back on the PS2. Back on the PS2, if you played a terrible game, it's almost guaranteed you're gonna have fun with it at least. Now that's not guaranteed. That was The Rock, yes. One of the weirdest covers on an NES. One of the strangest shoot 'em ups out there. Still gotta play that one down. So funny how Final Fantasy Origins has maintained this sort of like $30 price point now for like a decade. This game has not moved at all. It's kind of hard for it too when they keep re-releasing 1 and 2 constantly, especially 1. It's like, man, how many versions of 1 do they have at this point? If you're including mobile, they even have an Apple Arcade exclusive version. It's like, geez, it's got to be what, like 15 versions of 1 at this point across all platforms? I have not played the Goemon games, nope. It's probably my most wanted N64 games, though. Worst fighting game? Well, a lot of the bad fighting games I've played I actually really like. Because they're so bad, they're good. Probably the worst so bad it's good fighting games I've played would be Twin Goddesses on PS1. And Master Terrace Kai or whatever, the Star Wars fighting game. And whatchamacallit? It's into the PS1 fighting game. Killing Time. And Balls 3D. Balls 3D is probably my favorite fighting game that everybody hates. And Cosmic Carnage. Yeah, typically my favorite fighting games are the really bad ones. That's one genre where I feel like the less refined a fighting game is, the more I enjoy it. Whereas the more refined it is, the less I enjoy it. Right? Today's fighting games are so technical. It's like, all right, you got to find the counter to the thingamabob switch up special. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what is even happening in fighting games anymore? I feel like you need like a degree in mathematics to try and play fighting games these days. I like it old school. Give me some button mash and give me some really wonky ass controls and hit detection. And I'll be happy. Sonic the Fighters? I love Sonic the Fighters, yes. I'm a fan. I used to play that on Xbox Live Arcade. They actually had online multiplayer for Sonic the Fighters on Xbox Live Arcade. Fighting games are the one genre that I wish I had the time and patience to get into. I'm sure I'd like them. I don't got the patience for that these days. The thing about fighting games now, it's like, I just feel like you have to commit too much time to learn the characters, and then like not just learn the character, but then learn all the other characters so you know what you're fighting. And I don't like playing fighting games as a single player. Right? It's all about the competitive side of it. So yeah, fighting games not really for me anymore, unless it's a Power Stone type fighting game. That's a different story. When they finally come out with the new Power Stone collection with online multiplayer, that'll be fun. You've always had to do that. Well, that's true, but at least older fighting games that were not online and were not really competitive and were just silly fighting games, I always felt like you can get away with so much more in them. Right? Like the ones I was naming. It just felt like playing in silly, stupid ways and not actually learning the characters was way more possible. Now there's just too much going on with fighting games. You can't get away with like BSing your way through them anymore. I played some Soul Calibur too, but I was not an obsessive Soul Calibur person. I pretty much stopped after 2. I didn't play any more Soul Calibur. And people that play fighting games now, especially the people that take it seriously and play online, like that, it's like a lifestyle at this point. That's all they do is play fighting games. So if you're just jumping into one casually, good freaking luck. It's pretty brutal out there these days. Look at Japan getting freaking Ultraman games on the Pico. So jealous. Ultraman had the coolest kaiju designs. Look at that. It's actually see, this is what I'm talking about. This is my kind of fighting game right here. Look at that. There actually is a Ultraman fighting game on the 3DO, which is just an absolute jank fest. Japan release. It is, yeah. If you want to play the Japanese games, you gotta get the Japanese Pico. Well, yeah, esports definitely revitalized the fighting genre. You have Street Fighter 4 to thank for that. Fighting games as a genre was very much on its way out as a popular genre until Street Fighter 4. Street Fighter 4 single-handedly took fighting games and made them what they are today. Without a doubt, no question. I haven't watched a lot of Ultraman stuff at all, no. I haven't watched most of that stuff. I always want to get into it, but then I just start and then never finish. Like I was trying to get through Ultra Q and I already got to get back to that. Art books or video game merchandise? Not so much these days. Art books I used to buy here and there. I used to get a lot of like Studio Ghibli art books, but yeah, not so much anymore. They don't really make them either. At least for games I'd be interested in. Alright, let's do affiliate. Affiliate's a little bit shorter this week. We are looking at March 2nd to March 8th. So these are items bought from people using my eBay affiliate links, which are found in my YouTube videos and streams in the description. Also on YouTube in the About section. Somebody bought a Hatsune Miku wall calendar. Should we expose them? I should probably check this calendar just a minute. I don't think Hatsune Miku really goes down that route, but you never know. I don't follow the weeb trends these days. Okay, it's fine. It's an innocent wall calendar. There was a time where I was getting into the Hatsune Miku games. I'd say that the deepest I ever got in Hatsune Miku was with the first PSVR. One of the games on there was like a Hatsune Miku concert experience. And at the time I was just like so desperate for things to play on my PSVR. I was like, whatever. I think it was like $10 or something. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, probably one of the trippiest things I ever played. It was just literally inserting you into a virtual Hatsune Miku concert where the two move controllers are like your light sticks, and all you do is just like spectate a concert in the virtual crowd. It was very trippy. I'd never experienced something like that before. Yeah, it was interesting. I don't think I was into Hatsune Miku enough to appreciate it fully, but it was interesting. Other than that, I played some of the ones on Vita. Not so much PSP. I think I really just got into it on the Vita and PS3 were like the only ones I ever really played much of. In the Name of the King 1, 2, and 3 complete trilogy DVD, $12. Concert was a free demo. Oh, was it free? Okay, yeah. I just remember it being like either next to nothing or like all I know is it was cheap enough for me to get it. So I guess it was free then. Brief Story New Traveler for the PSP, $31. I think that was one of my recommendations last week. That you picked it up, JohnnyCom. Yeah, it's a good one. You'll enjoy it. Yeah, the Vita one was the one I played the most for sure. Yeah, thank you. Osmosis, appreciate it. Hello, Adam. You're picking up the trash B movies, so okay. So we can look forward to B tier movies on here. Sega Genesis Case and Manual, a lot of 7. Bugs Arcade Classic Soldier of Fortune. Oh, I think I remember linking that too, maybe. Yeah, because I remember Soldier of Fortune being in there. Glad somebody picked that up. B-Low Ballin' for Billions. 1999. It's been a while since we've seen a rap CD on here. Solo Leveling #1 first app appearance, Jinwoo Sun Free Comic Book Day. Let's see what this is. Sounds like some kind of obscure comic series. Pretty crazy what they do with comics these days. So when it says 1 in 25 ratio variant, they're doing with comics now what they do with trading cards, right? Where it's like a rare chance to get a cover variant, right? Guess they got to do something to kind of keep people excited. So I guess you get your comic in the mail or you send away for it and you just like randomly get a variant, right? Or they do like mystery box style. Pokemon Butterfree Reverse. Japanese Pokeball. Well, that's pretty specific. Targeting the 151 Japanese Pokeball cards. Wonder if you're getting ones that have print lines. Let's check the War Turtle and see. These Pokeballs from Japan are notorious for being very hard to avoid print lines on. There will always be a print line. Even if it doesn't look like there's one, it is 1000% there. It's just that sometimes the print line, so you could actually see it right here. That's the print line right there. You see it going down the left side. These are the kind of ones you want to aim for where the print line is less obtrusive. Sometimes the print line will be just like straight up a crosshatch through the middle of the card. Sometimes you're lucky and the print lines will actually go through like a line like this here. Or just kind of be like lined up right underneath this border. It's really hard to find ones that are not super obvious. Picking up the Snorlax and the Blastoise. Japanese is the way to go though. You'll save a lot of money. Dagadar on the DS? I'm not sure if I know what game that is. Oh, I recognize the cover, but man, I definitely don't recognize the like this by name. Quantum Racers of the 33rd Dimension. Have any of you played this? It's based on a toy series, I'm assuming. Kind of looks like it, right? Popular brand of collectible rubber ball bearing races. Oh, okay. Oh, races onto the DS. Collecting more than 100 unique balls along the way. So it's like Pokemon with balls. Actually sounds pretty fun. I have to pick that up again if I stream some DS. Golden Sun Dark Dawn for the DS. Definitely a game that you almost never hear anybody talk about. I was very disappointed with that game when it came out. I don't remember why. I just remember not being a big fan of Dark Dawn. At all. I just don't think I like the graphic change. It's just... I'll have to try it again one day, but did not feel like Golden Sun to me personally. Upper Deck rookie exclusives, Darius Miles. I think that was the same cards from last week, right? More Prism, Riley Leonard, and more Panini cards. Boy, when you get these sports card collectors on a roll, boy, they don't slow down. A little bit of a smaller one this week. Thank you to those of you that used the link, however. Yeah, it looks like it was having trouble tracking some stuff because usually the link is not that quick. Does it normally have a hard time tracking your stuff, Black Mamba? It's a good price for Twin Snakes. If it's complete. Twin Snakes normally like 120. Unless it's been coming down. Oh wow, maybe it's actually been coming down a bit. Yeah, 120 was the standard for this for a while. Wonder what the reason to be coming down for would be. Because I remember I wanted to get this after I played Metal Gear Solid 1 years ago. And then after 2 I was still looking into it and it was definitely in that 120 range. Not in a rush. Very available game. You sell in your shop, Worgley. The trading post is a thing where people bid, right? You don't want to do the bidding thing unless it's something super rare. You just want to undercut the other sellers for the item you're selling and it'll sell quickly. Yeah, normally when I link something in chat, it always tracks those. That's interesting that it didn't track it. Was it between the dates of the 2nd and the 8th? It's possible that it was something on the previous affiliate or the one that's coming up. The paint on the discs for Twin Snakes chips off? Wow, really? Wonder if it had something to do with the way they printed them. Different than other discs, maybe. Comic sales are way behind manga, yeah. Are comic sales picking up at all because of these variants that they're doing? It's a clever idea. But then it's got to create a problem where it's like the collectors only want the variant covers, so they just don't give a crap about the normals, and then they just print the normals in mass and nobody wants them. But then again, I guess the collectors would have to keep rebuying if it's random to get the covers they want, so it creates more sales, but then it creates more waste, and the market will get worse because they just dump off all the ones that are lower rarity. March 8th after the stream. It's possible that that will show up next week. It may not have tracked in time for actually hitting the 8th deadline. Let's check sold listings. Are any of you still actually playing Marvel Snap? Haven't thought about that game in so long. Oh, did you guys see the new trend? I forget what games it was specifically. But there's like a bunch of new games coming out, and I know Death Stranding 2 is one of them. Where they're coming out with like these big $200 collector's editions, but you don't even get a physical copy of the game, and a bunch of games are doing that soon. It's not a good trend. So glad I hopped out of those collector's bundle things long ago. $30 for Black Label Jak and Daxter. This game was about $20-ish a couple years ago. 30's pretty high for this. It's creeping up. Yeah, I hear Pokemon Go is not going to be the same anymore now that it's sold. It's getting sold to some company that's all about like microtransactions and ads and stuff. Not so much the microtransactions, but I hear they're all about ads in the games. So what other games has this Scopely developer worked on? I feel bad for the Pokemon Go players, though. Some people are very invested in that game. Monopoly Go and Stumble Guys, okay. Seems like a weird handoff. How are they going to handle a Pokemon game? They just announced a Warhammer 40k Space Marine 3, by the way. Just saw that today. Yes, Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection. The game that you can buy for $2. But Sega now wants you to have to rebuy all of these games again. Still waiting for Sega to reveal what their grand scheme is with their whole, like, taking these games off the digital storefronts. What do they got up their sleeves? Better be something damn good. Otherwise the backlash will be intense. Did I play 2? For which game? Sorry. Oh, Space Marine. Yeah, I played a bit of it. I enjoyed what I played. I didn't finish it because I was dipping into like the online a little too much. I didn't focus on the story enough. Did I enjoy it enough to play 3? Probably not. I liked it though, but it gets very repetitive. Very repetitive. But I would much rather have an action game like that than most action games, because that one kind of really reminded me of the glory days of 360 style action games. I gotta get it when it comes out though. I got into it a little too late. If I'm gonna play a game like that, I need to get it day one so I can start from the ground up grinding the missions with other players before people get a feel for how to optimally play the game. I got into it just a little too late. Rayman 2 Beach Ball variant edition. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that actually. I'm assuming it comes bundled with a beach ball promo item. It's got to be pretty rare. I love quirky little variants like that. You guys excited? What's the release date on this again? Is it the 20th or the 22nd for Chronicles X? It's very soon, right? It's so tempting to just wait for the Switch 2 though to play that. But apparently it's like really optimized for the Switch. Do you remember the origins of the Beach Ball edition? Like, was it a promo from a certain store for Rayman? Thursday. Soon. Yeah, I really enjoyed playing that again. I will say, that is one game that I regret not giving more of a chance on the Wii. I remember playing it on Wii U, and I remember liking it, but not loving it. But I didn't fully make it in far enough to like really see when that game starts to take off. Because when I went back to it a couple years ago and played it for like the stream or whatever I played it, yeah, I could see the big deal with Chronicles X And I look forward to playing it for real this time. I just got to make up my mind if it's something that I want to do right this second or wait for the Switch 2. But if I wait for the Switch 2, there's going to be so many other games to play on the Switch 2. So it's like, will I actually play Chronicles X then? I don't know. If I get it, though, it's not something I'm really going to... I'll probably stream, like, I don't know, the first stream, like the first dozen hours. But something like that I'm either going to stream or it's just going to be something that I kind of play on my own off stream. The game is too big. It's just such a gigantic game. There's no way I'd be able to stream that whole thing. I don't know. Something tells me I'm probably going to wait. Right now, my fun little off-stream game is still that Harvest Moon mobile game. The Home Sweet Home game. I've been playing that almost every morning. I missed the past few days, but... Oh, yeah, see, Harvest Moon. You mention it, there's a Harvest Moon game. But that game is actually really fun. It's a really good progression. They don't roll things out to you too quickly or too slowly. It's actually done really well.
31 is 1 month too long because I can't keep the meme X30 can feels bad.
30 cents with the 31. We're past the 30 barrier now. 1 month too long, yeah. I'll have to send you a refund of 1 cent. Thank you, 30. Appreciate it. Like the emote, by the way. You beat Zelda. Wow, 160 hours. Damn. It's still 150 to 100 hours of content left? Jeez. Yeah, that's a little too much for me for a game like that. I've had thoughts of trying to play Breath of the Wild again, though, on the Switch 2. If they really optimize older Switch games. I think I'd honestly rather play Breath of the Wild. There's something about it. I preferred the simplicity. I really did. I just really liked how much easier it was to keep track of things in Breath of the Wild. Less things going on. I just hated the what did they call them? What were the dungeons called in that game? That's the only thing I did not like about Breath of the Wild. Good night, Nick Rimmer. I agree, 30, I agree. Thank you for still using it. For my streams, at least. You've grown cold on Breath of the Wild lately. I didn't play it quite as extensively as some other people. So maybe I'm not completely disillusioned from it yet. There's a Sears bundle. Interesting. Yeah, it's pretty rare. I've never seen it. I currently don't have plans to play Grand Theft Auto 6. I need to see gameplay. I need to see what it's like. I did not buy and play 5, so I can easily skip 6. I just need to know more. I need to see more. A game like that can definitely go to different extremes for me, depending on how it looks. I also just don't really trust a new GTA today. Like I need to see more. I need to see what the game's gonna be like. I feel like there's just so many different ways they can take that series now and have it lose its spiciness, if you know what I mean. There was a period though where I was very close to playing Grand Theft Auto 5 with the roleplay servers. I was close. I was watching the streams. You guys remember when the roleplay stuff really just first started taking off for GTA 5? And everybody and their damn grandmothers was getting in on that? Or did I? Hold on, what? No, I didn't play it. Right? Why do I have a vague memory of... No, I didn't get in... No, I didn't do a roleplay server. No, I wasn't using voice chat with random people, was I? Am I like just dreaming it? I could swear it must have been another game. Very similar. Hmm. Man, I can swear though that I played something just like that. Couldn't have been Grand Theft Auto though. Because I would have had to play it on PC. Yeah, no, that didn't happen. But yeah, there was a period on Twitch where roleplay servers really took off for Grand Theft Auto. And I was close. It just looked like so much fun. But yeah, even that didn't bring me to play it. So it's really going to depend how they incorporate, like what the online is like. What is it going to be like? We don't really know much right now. This game, by the way, it's been cut from Horror Game Month so many times now. Like, this game has been on my list of games to play for years. Just keeps getting cut every year. Also, mostly, too, because I don't know what version I want to play. I have the PS2 version, which is a PAL version, because it didn't come out in the US. Then there's the Xbox version, and then there's a PC version. There's just so many different ways you can play Curse, Eye of Isis. And I can't make up my mind what way I want to do it. If I roleplayed in GTA, I'm not sure what kind of character I'd play. I'd probably play some kind of, like, serial killer kind of character. Like, I pretend like nothing is wrong, and then the second you turn your back, boom, kill you and steal your stuff. So if they let you really, like, do whatever you want in GTA 6 Online, I could see myself getting into that. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm sure they have crazy rules. I don't think I'd get into it now, but when it was first taken off, it looked like a lot of fun. Like, you have to stay in character, you can't do certain things. Like, I'm sure it's miserable to try and get into them now. But even just taking role-playing out of it, I'm curious to see what they do with the online. If it's a universe where, like, you can kind of just, like, drop in, drop out, and see other players running around playing their game at the same time. Sort of like a Dark Souls kind of experience, but instead of the players just being apparitions, they're like actual real players, sort of like an online, almost like MMO kind of feel. I could see getting into something like that. But if it's just going to be like, here's the story content, and then the online is just completely separate, I don't know. I feel like I would need the two intertwined for me to get really excited about it. But I'd say the chances of me playing GTA 6, based on what I know about the game at the moment, is probably like 10%. Until I know more, it's not likely. always like Theme Hospital. Nowhere near as good as Theme Park. Also, Theme Hospital on PS1 is pretty uncommon. Not the kind of game you see everywhere. The sound effects of the people coughing in this game, though, never left my mind all these years later. It's hacking all the time. Yeah, here's the janitor cleaning up the vomit. There's the Grim Reaper that would come when one of your patients died. Yes, Warriors is actually getting close to $100 on PS2, believe it or not, for Black Label, if it's complete good condition. $75 for Family Guy. Back to the Multiverse. Huh, okay. Where is it? There's a 360 game I was not aware of going for that much. Heard you can make real world money in GTA 6. Well, we'll see. That sounds like it could be a very toxic environment to play an online game in if real money is involved. Wow, somebody actually bought air cars. It's one of the rarest Jaguar games. Well, there's plenty of out-of-print games that are not expensive, so it is unusual to see a 360 game for $75. There's a lot of expensive 360 games, but there's not a ton that are in that sort of 75 plus range. Sorry to hear that, Pack. You got like a flu or something? You gotta try the Great Sword in Wilds. Yeah, I know. I'm just so weird with those kind of games. Whenever I play a game that has some kind of class-based system, and in terms of Monster Hunter, the class to me is the weapons. I just can never go for those like bread and butter, everybody and their grandma uses them kind of classes. I always got to go for the weird shit. That's why I tried the lance, because that's apparently the least used weapon in the game. I did not like it. I like the hunting horn, but there's a reason that is one of the also most like least used weapons in the game. It is difficult to use. I'm sure I would love... I know I like the hammer. I've used the hammer in past Monster Hunters. I've used the gun lance in the one on Wii U. But yeah, it's just so hard for me to not use the weird-ass low-use weapons. I like feeling like I'm supporting teammates, too. I just like feeling different in the group. So that's why the hunting horn's kind of cool. Nah, I saw the news story in that, but I didn't bring that up. Wasn't on my mind, honestly. It's pretty crazy, though. In Japan, of all places. Yeah, if the combat felt really clunky to you in Monster Hunter in the past, it's worth trying Wilds, because Wilds is kind of drastically different for a lot of hardcore Monster Hunter fans this time around. It may feel the least clunky to you in this iteration. Wow, $40 for Shadow of the Colossus Black Label on PS2. That's pretty high. Guess this is no longer just a $20 Black Label game. Might still be able to get it for 20, but it's creeping up. Yeah, earlier I linked a complete in box copy of San Francisco Rush for $50. Really nice shape. This one went for almost 70 ships. So yeah, whoever that was that called out the $50 copy being a good price, you were definitely right. Hopefully somebody here snagged it. Guy that donated $16,000. Damn. That is a lot. Alright, note to self, if somebody ever donates $16,000, watch my back in the street. Yeah, it's definitely a parasocial kind of thing for sure. That's very unfortunate for that streamer. I'm not sure what Saw 2 is going for on 360 at the moment, but that was getting expensive. I wasn't aware of it hitting $100, so something tells me 90 is probably not that great of a deal. But I haven't played the game either, so I couldn't really recommend it. $325 for Dot Hack Quarantine Part 4. One of these days my adventure into that series will begin, probably with the first game on PS2. I'm just gonna say Banjo is looking really weird on this cart. Banjo Dreamy? Wonder what kind of ROM hack that is. Wait, you think they need any more photos of the cart? All these photos, they don't even show you the back once. Shattered Memories is finally starting to inch closer towards the PS2 version on Wii. Still, in my opinion, the best way to play the game, because the puzzles, keep in mind, are made for motion controls, and then it was ported to PS2. One of the standouts of this game was the puzzles. The puzzles were really good. I will definitely play Shattered Memories again at some point. I just gotta hype myself up for the terrible chase sequences. Ruins the game, like, ugh. God, if they didn't have those chase parts with the maze getting chased and you gotta like waggle them off of you, the game would be amazing. Really atmospheric, fun, like exploration horror game until the chases. Otherwise, it's great. Well, for Wii games now, I just use Wii U. Wii U is backwards compatible with Wii games, so you get to use HDMI. So there's really not much of a reason to actually use a Wii these days. Unless I had like some WiiWare games stored on there or something, which I do. I'm sure I do. Yeah, the Wii U is really good for having backwards compatibility. Gotta give it to them on that. Which also didn't help the Wii U's case, it just made it feel more like a upgraded Wii rather than a new console. Nintendo finally learned their lesson though. Man, this channel really likes their Animal Crossing music. Somehow, someway, Mario Kart on Wii is still going for like $30. That's why I'm telling you, Mario Kart 9. It's going to be huge if that is a launch game. Expect absolute pandemonium if Mario Kart 9 is a launch game. Because that crosses the boundaries of just kart, like people like us, right? We play games all the time, we keep up with things. The second you come out with Mario Kart 9, suddenly your grandma, your grandpa, they're going to be calling up like, when you want to play Mario Kart? They're going to be going for a Switch too. Unless enough time has passed from the Wii where they're just like, they don't care about consoles anymore, games anymore. But expect all your casual friends that don't normally play games to suddenly care about the Switch too, if Mario Kart 9 comes out. I don't think anything will ever catch on as quite the way the Wii phenomenon caught on, though. I mean, that console... Never before have we seen a console reach people that have not played games in decades like that before. They definitely had something very special with the Wii. Just the waggle phenomenon. Never again will we see a console like the Wii. Never. Yeah, a true modernized family console. You'll never see it again. Yeah. It was fun, though. It was fun while it lasted. I enjoyed the chaos of the Wii. How hard it was to get that thing, waiting in line 24 hours. Just being happy when something released on there that wasn't some, like, Wagglefest shovelware. Like, when an actual game released on the Wii, it was like an event. Very exciting. Yeah, I mean, Wii Fit, Wii Sports, those games were actual phenomenons. And I don't think we're ever going to see something quite like the Wii again. It's obvious the path that Nintendo is going down now is definitely tailored more towards less casual gaming. Right. Immediately once you start introducing a ton of joysticks and D-pads and buttons and stuff with the Switch, it immediately alienates people that are just like too afraid to pick up a game controller. That's why the Wii was so amazing with the waggle controls. The preferables with the Fit board. I think they tried one last time with the freaking Labo. And when that didn't quite work out for them, they were like, you know what? Screw the casuals. Let's go back to the gamers. But Labo is just a little too experimental. I don't think anybody would dispute that. That thing was a little too outside the box. The Amico is going to be the next Wii. If the Amico came out around the time of the Wii, I do think it could have had a lot of headway. Because if they would have released that thing a year or two after the Wii came out when the Wii was still very hard to get, parents would go to a store, try and get a Wii, and they'd be like, oh, we're sold out of the Wii, but we have the Amico. And the Amico probably would have actually targeted a big portion of that audience. That thing was just a decade or two too late. Wii is probably your least favorite system. I've grown to really appreciate the Wii over the years. Yeah, it's filled with a bunch of garbage, but man, the Wii had an unforgettable like first year or two. If you had a Wii around the time of the launch, like you do not forget your time with the Wii. Back when the magic of playing a game like that with motion controls was still new feeling, it felt really special. Back when playing a game like Red Steel was like, wow, this is the future of gaming here. The game may not look the best, but holy crap, like you can see where they're going with this. Of course, the future of motion controls in games was not the best. It didn't really start taking off until VR started really becoming a thing, like the current iteration of VR. Which even VR now is having a hard time kind of getting off the ground still. Batman Returns, Sega CD. The cardboard box version? Yeah, the cardboard box Sega CD games. Seems like a good price if it was good condition. Really sleek design on this thing. Another console that came just a few years too early, the PSP Go. I can remember the pushback on this was extreme at the time. People are like, wait, what? A console with digital-only games? I'll pass. Now, if they released the PSP Go today and made this compatible with, like, PS4 games and, like, Vita games and, you know, something a little more substantial than PSP games, digital-only, sell like hotcakes, probably. Well, the thing about VR, it's really hard to sell VR to people through trailers. Right, so like a trailer for a VR game is going to look like a janky, normal game. The trailers they have a very hard time conveying the gameplay to people that have not played VR. Once you have played a VR game and you see actual VR gameplay, you can be like, oh man, okay, I absolutely know how this will play and how it will feel. But if you're somebody that's sort of like teetering on the edge, you haven't bought or played VR before, it can be hard to push those people to trying VR because you don't know what it's like yet. It's so different, such a different experience, it's hard to know, so you just don't bother. I think that's the biggest hurdle that they have. And anytime you see a trailer for a VR game, you gotta admit, they're kind of weird, right? With the floating hands and things just look kind of odd. So people are like, doesn't look all that great. But once they try it, they can see what it's really like. Problem with VR though too is, boys, some people can handle motion sickness better than others. That is definitely a thing. Some people can play it no problem. Motion sickness with VR games is not fun. Snowboard Kids on the DS, actually, when I revisited it, way better than I remember. I remember being very upset about Snowboard Kids on DS because it didn't feel like the Snowboard Kids that I wanted. But upon going back to it and knowing what it was like, I actually really enjoyed it. It's a pretty good racing game. You just gotta accept the fact that it's not really the Snowboard Kids that you remember on N64. But as an arcadey style racing game with power-ups, it's pretty good. Oh man, yeah, prescription lenses for VR. That was a problem that I was having too. With like PSVRs, wearing glasses, it can be a little uncomfortable. Especially if their lenses are like pushing up against the lenses of the VR. Check auctions again. Let's do one more page of sold. We'll see if there's any super late night auctions ending. Sometimes the best deals are the really late auctions because not everybody's checking auctions super late at night. $92. Feels a little high for that. Hello, Trubby. This is the mystery dungeon I had. I had Blue Rescue Team. Then I sold it. I think I'd be a lot more receptive to it now, though. Wasn't what I was hoping it would be when it came out. I was hoping it would be a little bit more of a difficult mystery dungeon style game. More akin to like Share in the Wonder. But looking back on it now, yeah, they definitely could not have done something like that for a Pokemon game. The kids would be so confused. Yeah, I sold a bunch of my old Pokemon games during a time where I told myself, oh man, I'm never going to go back and play these older Pokemon. I just want to, like, whatever the latest and greatest one is, that's the one I'm going to buy and play. I'm never going to go back and play, like, Heart Gold and Soul Silver or anything. Big regret.
Trekkie313 wants you to find Arcus Odyssey in a Sega lot for the game lot speedrun challenge.
Yeah, that's not happening. Arcus Odyssey is rare enough by itself. But we will try. Arcus Odyssey. If it's gonna be here, it's probably gonna be in a very expensive lot or a Japanese Mega Drive lot. See if we can find it before the timer expires, or it could be in a cart lot. I'm not good at remembering what the box or cart would look like in though for Mega Drive. But yeah, the label though, the cart is like just, oh man, not really something you'd see in a lot unless it's a very expensive lot. Well, this here for 1700 might actually have it. Let's see. It's a good selection. Damn, that would have been the best chance right there. Oh, hold up. Wait, there's more. It's a lot of games though, damn. A lot of good ones. Nope. Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't tell you how close this would be in value to 1700, but there's some good stuff in there. PC Engine LT? No. I just had, I did a lot of my PC Engine stuff on my Turbo Duo RX. But that thing, unfortunately, the capacitors on it or something got bad over time. Empty boxes. I'm pretty sure even if I sort by highest first, most of these Genesis lots won't have Arcus Odyssey. It's a Mega Drive lot. Says RPGs. Even though calling Arcus Odyssey an RPG might be a little bit of a stretch. Could be a cart. Not seeing it. Luckily the cart's super easy to pick out with that teal cover. Yeah, it almost sounds like they're looping Animal Crossing. Let's try this playlist instead. I don't know, Tricky. I think you picked one of those Genesis games that I'm not sure it's in any of these lots right now. Some pretty big ones too. Right? See a little bit of teal. Nope, it's like a green sports lot. Yes, I am on Eastern time zone. Favorite Genesis game? That changes all the time. One of the ones that I got into the most recently, like it was one of the biggest love-hate relationships I ever had with a game, was Devilish. It's like, man, I love that game, but absolutely hated it at the same time when I was doing speedruns. But these days I'd have to say, just based off of what I've played in nostalgia, probably Sonic 2 or Golden Axe 2. I'm a big Golden Axe 2 fan. I'm gonna search Arcus Odyssey just to show you how there are probably not even that many cuts, let alone in a lot. Well, unfortunately for this, you don't win anything. But here you go. Oh yeah, I couldn't remember what the Mega Drive copy looked like. Way harder to recognize that. It's a great game. Played this years ago, but I remember really liking it. Great music. Really like the perspective in this game too. Kind of like a top-down isometric look. Dude, there's only like a dozen copies on eBay in the entirety of eBay. Not the kind of thing we would have found in a lot, unfortunately. Yeah, and there's probably no easy way to filter the movie stuff either. That would be pretty annoying. Guess the best way to do it would be by category, but if it's like merchandise, good luck. Got me in the Garbage Pail Kids. I remember seeing it opened, and I don't know, the artwork was just kind of grotesque in a fun way. Last year. Also, I like the variants that Topps does, so it's actually kind of fun to collect it. It's really fun to pull a low serialized card rather than just like in ultra rare. It's like, oh, there's your ultra rare for the booster box, whereas with Topps cards, it's like the stuff you can get from those packs is so much crazier than your typical cards. No manual Coraline, $100. Ending in 8 minutes. One of these days I'll try that game and see what the hell is going on with it. why it's so expensive. I feel like I'd have to watch the movie first before playing it, though. Analog 3D. I'm sure I would look into it, yeah. But also with my N64, I have an HDMI adapter, which is fine. But I like the analog consoles. Song is very MIDI sounding. Yeah, so it's got to be expensive just for fans of the movie. Because it sure as hell never really looked like that great of a game to me. Damn. This person put every one of their thumbnail pictures into the first photo and outlined it in green. That's some next level effort right there. Super Mario Brothers 3 left bros? What do they mean by that? Man, they take their photos to the next level. KCM. You had to go ruin the perfect copy of Mario 3. Left Brothers variant? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Oh, the Brothers is usually on the right side of the logo. Interesting. Wow. Okay. I never was aware of that. Now that you mention it, yeah, I could definitely... If they wouldn't have mentioned that, I would have been like... I wouldn't have noticed anything was wrong. But now they mention it and you look at that, that does look really weird. How rare is this variant? Is it pretty common? Left Brothers was the first print. I can see why they moved it. It looks like it makes so much more sense over the head. Clashes less with the hand. I love variants like that. Stuff like that is really fun. Are there any more weird NES variants like that with covers? Or is that really the only well-known one? Oh yeah, the Okami on the Wii is like the all-time greatest. I had that one too. They actually sent me, because I bought it when it came out. If you wrote into them with the IGN cover, if you wrote into them, they sent you the replacement covers. Whatever you had to do, you had to fill out an online form or something. And I did that, and they sent me the replacement covers. How many of you are unaware of the Okami IGN variant? Anybody here not aware of what it is? Alright, let me see if I can find a good example. It's a little hard to make out if it's there on that one. Okay, there it is. I want you to look very closely to the right of Amaterasu's mouth. You see it? So the person that made the cover for Okami on Wii, because keep in mind, it was originally a game on PS2, so they ported it to Wii. The person that made the cover legit just went and like copied and pasted an image from Google search or whatever, or IGN, but they failed to realize that there was a watermark from IGN. So it's a pretty infamous misprint on the cover. And if you filled out a form or whatever, they would send you the reprint, like the replacement, which was like alternate artwork slip things you can put into the cover. Yeah, it was a pretty big embarrassment for Capcom at the time. Still hilarious, though. Oh, it's ideal for speedrunning. Okay. Well, thank you for the info. I've just never seen somebody refer to it as Left Bros before. That was the first for me. The replacement covers are pretty uncommon. Oh yeah, this is a very common cover. Almost every Okami cover you see out there will be the IGN variant. Finding the ones without the IGN logo, like the original cover without IGN, is actually quite difficult. Almost every time you find it, it's going to have the IGN logo on it. From what I'm looking at, all of them have it here. The replacement covers look something like the Japanese cover a little bit. The playlists, the only thing I can do is just send you the link. But, you know, the playlists change here and there sometimes. I'm trying to stick more to lo-fi kind of stuff lately. YouTube is less volatile when it comes to the copyright on this stuff. There's a link for you. Huge lot of 118 games, $185, bidding $84 shipping. This better be a good lot. So far, it's looking like the kind of lot that you'd have to pay me $185 to take this off your hands. Just to store it. Man, you know you're in trouble when disc-only games are what they waste their photos on. Let's see what we got. How is this $185 with $85 shipping? How is somebody paying close to $300 for this right now? My God, somebody's about to get ripped off. Seriously. Yeah, that is... No. Seller's making out on that one. I have never come across the Siphon 3 variant now. I've seen it on eBay over the years. They're very expensive. That's actually a very clever disc art for a racing game. Speedometer. Now I'm always going to look out for left bros. I think I'll pass on that 30. I don't think that hell would be worth $300. That's like a year's worth of eternity torture there. Since most of it was sports. I've never watched the channel before, so no, probably not. Killing Zone, yes. I'm a fan of Killing Zone just because of how weird it is. Killing Zone also has a very odd gameplay mode where it's sort of like almost like a Monster Rancher, like watch your Pokemon battle kind of thing. I've always wanted to do speedruns with it because I think it would just be absolutely ridiculous to speedrun that mode. But it's a mode where you select your monster that you want to fight, like in a fighting game. And then the AI just fights the AI for you, and then if you win the fight, you choose what stats you want to level up, and that's it. That's the game. I always thought that would be so ridiculous to try and speedrun that mode. It would just be gambling with RNG, try and get the world record. Look at that cover. Never seen that before. Evil Dead Commodore 64. Sure, the cover is way better than the game. Sure looks like it, but that's Commodore for you. Yeah, isn't there a really rare version of Moonwalker where when you're playing one of the levels that actually play, if you do your special move, it'll play the music for Thriller, just briefly. That's the variant you're talking about, right? Yeah, I've heard of that one, which is pretty neat. No. I'm passing on most RPGs right now. Waiting for Switch 2 and Clair Obscur at this point. Clair Obscur will be my RPG of choice. Coming in the near future. Man, these Commodore arts are pretty cool. It's a shame that streaming this kind of stuff is impossible. For me at least. Looks cool though. Love these sprite renders. Kind of gruesome looking. This would make a good emote on Twitch right there. No, I just tend to play RPGs now that are a bit on the shorter side. So if an RPG is like under 30 hours, I'm way more inclined to play it. These like 50, 60 plus hour epics I'm a little more selective with them. Unless it's portable. I'll have to remember if I ever get around to playing Moonwalker, I'll have to get the thriller version. So you're saying the version that you played on your flash cart played Thriller the entire cemetery stage? Yeah, finding that on the cart is probably, like an actual cart is probably impossible. I'm sure there's a handful out there that exists. Probably a very early release they did and quickly pulled. Revenge of Shinobi with Spider, Batman, Hulk, and Godzilla? Really? Thoughts on buying a flashed Xbox with the library loaded? Yeah, I don't really care what people do to play their games. Whatever you gotta do. Mystic Defender has some boobs on the final female boss. What do we gotta look for that version of Mystic Defender? I'm asking for a friend. What are the telltale signs on the cart or the box? Or do you just gotta buy it and gamble and find out? You just gotta gamble? Damn. Alright, so if I ever play Mystic Defender and get to the final boss, and I ever go to sell the game, I can put boob variant in the title. Sure, that will bring in more money, right? I remember playing this, it was alright. I don't remember beating it. I remember making it decently far, though. It's an okay little action platformer. Let's see, let's type in Moonwalker. Genesis Thriller. See if anybody has the Thriller variant. I remember running across one of them on eBay. I remember somebody putting in the title like Thriller variant or something, and I was like, huh, what is that? That's how I knew about it from eBay. Oh, Rev00, this one here. Yeah, Thriller Edition. Here's somebody that knows. But there's 2 degrees of Thriller variants. There's one that plays Thriller just for like your moonwalk attack thing, and then there's the one for the whole stage, right? In a prototype of the game, the song Thriller was fittingly played in the graveyard. Final game replaced with, pardon me. Revision 0 still plays snippets of Thriller during good dance sequences. Game Eye? I do not. I'm assuming that's like a collection tracking tool or something. The whole stage Thriller is only on the beta. Okay. So you'd have to buy a reproduction. Well, I don't really go to retro game stores, so it's hard for me to comment on prices and selections. I think your mileage varies greatly, though, depending on what store you're going into. Some of them are going to be pretty cool and awesome, and some of them are going to be a miserable experience, I'm sure. Looks like that's the only person that's advertising the Thriller version. Cool to know, though. Is there a way to tell from the box or the cart that it's for Vision Zero, or do you have to actually play the game to find out? So it's a fun little gamble. You play the game and you find out if you have the Thriller version. That's kind of cool. If the game was cheap, it would be fun to buy a bunch of carts and try and find a Thriller version, but it ain't a cheap game. But in other words, if you have Moonwalker in your Genesis collection, play up to the graveyard level, and then do your, like, I don't know what the name for it is, but do your little dance screen attack. And if it plays Thriller, you have a rare variant of the game. Do I play Fortnite or World of Warcraft? I do not. My experience with Fortnite boils down to playing it for a few days when it released on the PS4 originally. Not like the one where it was the old version with like the single player thing. You know, when it actually released as the version that we knew it to become, like the Battle Royale. I played that for a couple days when it first came out and had fun with it. I got second place a bunch of times, but I never actually came in first ever, which, I mean, it was still fun. And that was that. I only played it for like no more than a week. And then World of Warcraft, I couldn't play that back when it first came out because my PC was not a gaming PC. It was a PC that could play stuff like StarCraft and Diablo 2, not 3D engine games like World of Warcraft. So I probably dodged a bullet, honestly. Not being able to play World of Warcraft. Because I'm pretty sure that I would not have played all the games that I did, let alone make a YouTube channel if I was addicted to playing World of Warcraft. I did play WoW Classic when that came out, but that was just such a different experience because, I mean, if you played WoW Classic when it came out day one, you know what I'm talking about. In the starting zone, trying to, it took me a half an hour just to like go from level 1 to 2, trying to kill starting area enemies, like little rabbits. It was an experience. So many players on the server. And I played that for like a day. And I'm like, well, that was fun. I'm never playing that again. My World of Warcraft is Final Fantasy XI. I don't need World of Warcraft to fill any kind of MMO void. If I ever feel an MMO void, I could just go play private servers of 11. Soul River Collection. What were they asking originally? $8. Bookman's $5 and $6. Yeah, I remember those days being able to pay these kind of prices. I've never done RuneScape, no. It's another bullet I probably dodged, honestly. I'm aware of how addicted people get to RuneScape. $70. See, if you have a bunch of sports games on Xbox, sometimes you're better off just breaking them things down and selling the cases. Replacements. I'm gonna try my best to get the Switch too. It's not gonna be easy to get, that's for sure. I played the first Stalker recently on PC. I definitely appreciated the depth and atmosphere of that game, but it was definitely not a series for me. So that was that. I played it when they released it on PS4 or PS5 recently. Just not my kind of game. Alright, Tricky wants me to look at this. Let's see. "16:9 black and white CRT TV with built-in Famicom. Got this for $13. Damn. A 16:9 CRT, black and white. That is an oddity for sure. Where did this originate from? Says they think that it was probably made for some kind of like automotive application or industrial purpose, repurposed into a TV. That's a good guess. It's a cute little TV, that's for sure. That would be amazing to watch, like, black and white movies on that are in 16:9. That would be awesome. Yes, people keep recommending Metro to me. I will most likely probably give that a chance at some point in the future. Wii U games. You can't really go too wrong with the Wii U since most of the games are so damn dirt cheap at this point. There's really not many exclusives left on that thing. I would say give Sonic Boom a chance, but you need to be willing to put in about 2 hours to get past the terrible the beginning of Sonic Boom is awful. There's no getting around that, it's bad. But the game started to really open up for me after like the 2-ish, 3-ish hour mark. It's still a very unfinished 3D platformer, but the levels actually start to get decent after a little bit of time. Other than that, I'd say just have fun with the Wii U. You can't really go wrong. Most games, even if there is another version, at least you're going to get some kind of like janky second screen support. I'd recommend you check out Zombie U, even though there are other versions of that now. Zombie U is kind of notorious for having some of the best gamepad implementation for the console. I spy a Hollywood Video variant for Doom 3. Damn, I was curious to see what the cover looked like on it. Looks a little sun-faded. Cyberpunk I still have not played because when that game came out, the game was having a lot of issues. So I held off. I'm really glad I did though, because from what I hear from people that play Cyberpunk now, they're like, man, this game would have been huge had it actually released in the current state that it's in. So I'm sure I'll be in for a treat when I eventually play it. I'll play it on console. I don't know when that will be, but I have not played it yet. Left bros. Wake up all the left bros. We found the left bro. So what does a cart of left bros typically go for compared to a right bros? This is going to be my new like obsession on eBay now. Looking for left bros when I see the carts. I'm assuming the cart is probably like a $5 to $10 difference. Oh, they actually called it out. Yeah, I didn't even see that. I am definitely not a buy all the DLC kind of person. In fact, I'm the type of person, when a game comes out, the base version, I play the base version, and then if they come out with DLC like 3 months later, 6 months later, a year later, whatever it is, I am very unlikely to revisit that game for the DLC. I'm usually kind of like, alright, play the base game, I'm done. I'm not usually revisiting games for DLC, so I usually am not buying it. Do they typically tie achievements to DLC? Do they do that? That's a cruel way to get the achievement hunters back in. I will not be watching the upcoming Minecraft movie now. I don't play Minecraft. I have no interest in Minecraft. The trailer didn't do anything for me. That is for sure. I watched the first season of Fallout. I enjoyed it. I actually really liked the first season. I liked it way more than I thought it would. Which reminds me, I forgot someone asked me earlier if I was going to watch season 2 of The Last of Us. That I'm unsure on. Because I didn't play The Last of Us Part 2. I don't plan on it, so like watching the show is going to be like whatever. I think I'm pretty fine with stopping after season 1 of The Last of Us. Have a good night, Pack. Rest up and hopefully feel better. Oh, you've never played Katamari before? You are definitely in for a treat. There's no other game like Katamari Damacy, that is for sure. Enjoy the music. If you've never heard the music of Katamari before, then you're gonna like be in for an even extra big treat. The music is really what makes this series. I just kind of lost interest in that style of shooting game by the time that came out. I was a big fan of Uncharted. Last of Us I played just because it was Naughty Dog, and I was like, okay, this is alright. But yeah, I was never really like super into The Last of Us to begin with. So I didn't care enough to play the second one. Also, I just kept hearing that it was a pretty lengthy game. And I was streaming a lot around that time, so I didn't really have any interest in streaming it. I'm aware of all the drama with that game and stuff. So, like, I was spoiler free on The Last of Us for a very long time. I was like, man, what's stirring the pot with this game? Then I eventually found out. I'm not gonna say because I'm sure there's some people out there that haven't played or haven't waiting to see the series, but yeah, there's some unexpected things that apparently happen in that game. So now that I know, it's like I could care even less about playing it at this point. Yeah, I think for me with Naughty Dog, my memories will just remain with Uncharted 1 and 2. I like 3 and 4, but 1 and 2 are really where my real memories and love for that series lie. And the first Jak and Daxter. I really wish they'd go back to that more lighthearted kind of tone, but doesn't look like that. I want something a little more cartoony, but I don't think we're getting that from them. Overwatch I purposely avoided because I had a very big suspicion I would have become addicted to the game. People kept asking me to play it when it came out, and at the time I was once again doing a lot of streaming of all kinds of games, and I'm pretty sure I would have loved Overwatch, and I specifically avoided it because everybody that I knew that started playing Overwatch could not stop playing Overwatch, so I avoided it. 52 PS2 games. Definitely not worth $290. And then they're adding in a bunch of disc-only games to get the count up to 52. Yes, PS2 roulette is still happening. I'm also... The next game is Slide 2, but I announced earlier in the stream that I am... Because of the wait with the technical issues and the delay of getting back to it, I'm just going to do a normal playthrough of Slide 2 without the roulette system. So that will be one of the streams coming this week. I'll be playing it on PS5. It's a pretty lengthy game, so it'll probably help a lot. The fact that the game wouldn't have to be extended to like 15 plus hours. Persona 1 and 2 physically, yes. But I acquired those so long ago that, you know, it wasn't what they go for now. Thank you very much, Shogster. Thank you for the 61-month resub. Anybody need 8 brand new copies of NHL 21 on Xbox One? This is definitely like the regret of a reseller that didn't quite realize what they were getting themselves into. It's probably somebody that like bought them at wholesale for like a couple bucks each, and they were like, yeah, I can totally flip these for like $4 a game and double my money. And then they realized that even at $4 nobody wants the game, and now they're just like desperately trying to get rid of them. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Did I play any tennis games? There was some tennis game that I played on 360 for achievements. I don't remember the name of it. And then, of course, I played like Mario Tennis on Game Boy Color, which is a classic. Mario Tennis on the Virtual Boy, like, may even be my favorite Virtual Boy game. That game is amazing. The 3D, do not underestimate the 3D in Mario Tennis. Like, it is so good. Seriously. If you consider yourself a Mario Tennis fan and you somehow still have not played Mario Tennis on Virtual Boy, I'm a fan. It's simple as hell, but man, it looks so good in 3D. I played Sonic, the Superstars tennis game, whatever, on 360. I don't remember being super into that, though. Played Mario Tennis on N64, and that's probably the extent of my tennis game experience. Have a good night, Carlos. I think the Virtual Boy is overrated? Maybe underrated. I think the problem with the Virtual Boy is the library is small. The barrier to entry at this point is pretty high for the cost of the console, and people are a little scared to, like, chance it in case they don't like it. So most people are not willing to give it a chance. And there's no really good, reliable way to experience the 3D of Virtual Boy other than owning the console, so you're kind of forced into getting the real hardware. I think if more people played it, they'd really appreciate it. How in the actual hell Nintendo never came out with a Virtual Boy compilation, which would not have been hard, but then again, I guess the rights to all the games, but even just for, like, their first party stuff, or even an eShop release of Virtual Boy games. Like, I was almost certain they were gonna release Virtual Boy games on the eShop on 3DS. Feels criminal that that never happened. What it is, Nintendo wants people to forget about their failures. And yes, the Virtual Boy will show up when they do, like, little museum things. Like, they have to acknowledge it, right? They can't be like, oh, nope, Virtual Boy never happened. But they really want you to forget about it. So when they consider something a failure, they really don't want to keep reminding you about it. And the Virtual Boy to them is a failure, which is why you never saw Virtual Boy coming out on 3DS eShops. See, the real way to play the Virtual Boy, how I used to play it, to get fully immersed, you gotta turn off all the lights, and you lay down on your back, put the Virtual Boy on your face, and then all you see is Virtual Boy. You ain't got no light peeking through. I mean, alternatively, you could take a towel and put it over the top of the Virtual Boy too, but it may not block out all the sunlight. You gotta get that shit extra dark. Just the Virtual Boy and you. Pitch black. And that's how you experience Virtual Boy. Because then it really is like virtual reality. You only see darkness and then the red lines of the Virtual Boy games. I'm gonna be uploading. I have my Virtual Boy streams that I did years ago archived. Where I took a webcam and strapped it into my Virtual Boy headset before they had any kind of like video out. And it actually came out. The video quality was pretty good. I'll be uploading this to my second channel probably in the coming weeks. Which, once again, if you're not subscribed to that, let me put the link in chat. Just uploaded my Pico stream on there from a long time ago. Gonna be uploading a lot of stuff over there gradually because of, you know, Twitch getting rid of the archives. Shoutouts to Twitch and their amazing ideas. Such geniuses over at this platform. Vectrex, yes. Vectrex is another one of my favorite consoles that you have to like actually play the physical hardware to fully appreciate. There's just something about real vector displays and emulated, right? It's just not the same. The Vectrex, you gotta play that on the original hardware. Man, Virtual Boy with green lines instead of red. Man, that could have been pretty cool. A head strap? Yeah. Yeah, I think they fumbled on that for sure. Sure, somebody had to have come out with a like homemade head strap for Virtual Boy at this point. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are unaware of the multiple iterations of the R-Zone as well. Everybody knows it for the head strap version, but not everybody knows it for the handheld version. Like the one that just looks like a regular old handheld game console. And then the super screen, which is the one that I had. The giant projection screen that they released. Where it would actually like project the game up onto a... Well, let me see if one's on eBay so you can see it. This thing. Let's see this. This might do a better job of showing you what it looks like with the box. So yeah, the game's still shitty as all hell. But it was a pretty cool way to play R-Zone. That's how I played it. But what it is, it's like a light inside. So when you put the game in the handheld, it's like a little tabletop arcade machine. I actually did a stream of this years ago too. I don't think I have it archived though. And there's a light inside that will shine and project the game onto the screen, I think is how it worked. And it folds up and down. So this thing kind of like goes up and down a little bit. Here's the original model. How most people know the R-Zone. And then the super screen. And there's another iteration of it that's like just a normal handheld. This thing. Did I lose the search? Did I knock myself off? There we go. So the thing about Clair Obscur is, in order to completely ignore the parry and block and dodge kind of like system they got going on with the timing, you would have to probably put it on easy. If you're okay with playing on easy, then you can completely ignore that stuff. You can turn on a setting that makes it so that when you do your attacks, they automatically like do the quick time events for you, but they will never hit perfects. They'll always just be like the normal attack. I would not recommend that. That felt pretty lame. You just gotta... Clair Obscur is not the kind of RPG where you can sit back and kind of just like chill and play it without really thinking much, just like going through menus and choosing attacks. You will constantly have to be alert with the QTEs for dodging attacks and doing attacks, which is cool, but it's, you know, you gotta be ready for it. That's why I wanted to do another stream, and like even if I just played a little bit on easy and a little bit on the hardest difficulty, just so I can tell people like how approachable the easy difficulty will be with the timing. The timing is pretty damn strict on normal. Pretty strict. The game says you don't have to do it, but it feels really bad to not go for the dodges, right? Like, I could not imagine sitting there and not caring about that stuff when it's a feature in the game. And the parries that you do are just so powerful. Not doing them just feels like you're playing the game wrong. I think it's a little too strong, personally. Yeah, eBay these days is, well, even Yahoo Japan auctions is pretty crazy these days. Japan finally caught on. Hello, Sinistubborn. Is there going to be a demo? I don't think they've announced anything about a public demo. If I had to imagine, they will probably do one. But who knows, right? I'm not sure. I think we would have known about a demo by now, though. The game's out in a little over a month. I have not played any Ace Attorney games because I also still haven't really played anything beyond the first Phoenix Wright game. So, cool series, but the downside to a series like that is it's essentially a visual novel, and I really don't stream visual novels. It's just too much reading. Goals for collecting on every game for all systems. It depends on the system. Some games I have fun collecting like as much as I can for the library just because of the challenge, or if it's a console where most games are pretty cheap and affordable. Other consoles, it's definitely like just picking and choosing what I want to play. For PS2, for example, right now, I used to only buy and cherry pick PS2 games that interested me the most, but now I'm actually okay with buying lots and getting anything with it because I do a roulette system for how I play my PS2 games. So I spin a wheel and whatever it lands on, I'm forced to play it. And then my chat determines how long I play it for. So that's actually a really fun way for me to buy and collect PS2 games because it gets me out of my comfort zone. It gets me to play games that I would normally never think about touching. And I've actually found some pretty damn good games like that over the past couple years. I've also found some awful games, but that's part of the process. Standards for a game's condition. I'm pretty lenient with it. These days, if it's for a game that comes with a cardboard box, or as long as the CD is lightly scratched, like if it looks like it's not going to play, I'm probably not buying it. One thing I don't go for, I don't like sun fading. I don't like water damage of any type. But if it's just got like, if it's a cardboard box game with dents and tears and whatever, I'm okay with that. Stickers, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not looking for mint perfect condition games, because the more mint things get, the more expensive they get anyway. As long as it plays, that's all I care about. And as long as the condition, if it's complete in box, is acceptable, I'm okay with it. But I don't like sun fading water. That's the one thing I don't go for. Oh, I have no idea. This is supposed to be a playlist of video game music, so if there's an Adventure Time song in there, I have no idea. Carts. I would prefer the carts to have their label intact. I'm okay if the cart has like a small tear on it for the label. But if the whole label's like halfway torn off, yeah, I probably won't go for that. I also don't like my carts to be too yellowed. Teeny tiny bit of yellowing is okay for like a Game Boy game or something. But if they are noticeably yellowed, I won't buy that either. I'm too lazy to go through whatever process you'd have to go through to fix that. Personally, I haven't seen any disc rot on my games, no. Not ones that I've tried to play, at least. I've still not played The Order. I'll be getting her into it one of these years. I think that's one of the ones that can kind of maybe slot in as a horror game for October. It's also pretty short, so I kind of like that. I have to take a double look at it. If it doesn't look like it's horror enough, I would probably just play it outside of October. Maybe right before October. Yeah, it's a little too expensive for the game selection there. See, this is a good example of what I mean by water or moisture damage. You see something like this? I don't like that. That is moisture damage of some type on that cover. You see how it wrinkles? Someone spilt like a drink on that. That is something I try and avoid. If it comes in a lot, whatever, it is what it is. But if I'm buying an individual game, I definitely don't want that. Favorite consoles at this very moment? Well, I play a ton of PS5. So there's no way that couldn't be in my current top 3. Like, when I say current top 3, I mean, like, literally in this moment in time. What am I playing a lot of right now? That's how I would consider ranking my PS5. Now, if I was doing a top consoles of all time, it wouldn't even be up there. We would probably be lucky to crack the top 10. But lately, I've really been loving my PS2. So, probably my PS2. Followed by, probably my PS1. And then my PS5. Or actually, probably PS2, PS5, PS1. There's a lot of fun garbage on the PS5 and the PSN store that I just like diving into. Most of them are definitely wastes of money, but they're entertaining. Video game burnout. did a video on video game burnout years ago. But no. Not recently, no. You just gotta find creative ways to play games. That's why I really like the roulette wheel. There's something fun about sitting down to play games and having absolutely no idea what you're going to be playing that night. It's one thing to sit down and like go through your collection and then pick out something, but to have it randomly selected for you is like just a whole new refreshing way to play. I think burnout is experienced in different forms these days. I think it's more likely that you have burnout of certain genres or like newer games. For me, it's really hard to experience burnout of games because even if I get burnt out of playing modern games, I always have older games to fall back on. Like, it is very possible to definitely get absolutely burnt out from modern games right now. Like more newer AAA stuff, which I definitely feel like I am distancing myself from more and more lately. Like the Switch 2 just needs to come along and save things right now. Thank God for the Switch 2, boy. If it wasn't for that damn thing, this would probably be one of the most uneventful years for me with modern games. Yeah, it was probably the video where he said I'm the only one that plays video games on Twitch. That's probably the one. Yeah, I'm excited for the PS2 stuff to come back. It's also important to take a break from that from time to time. I kind of like the approach I take with it, where like we do a block of a couple months of like PS2 stuff, then we do a couple months of playing other modern stuff, catching up on it. But yeah, I'm excited to get back to it. Hey, thank you, Mark. Appreciate the super chat very much. Any tips on Vita, 3DS, or PS3 collecting? So I am very out of Vita collecting. It's like I'm in such a strange spot with the Vita. I've always wanted to do a video and kind of field recommendations from people myself. The Vita I actually hard stopped collecting for a couple years, like a few years into it, because it got overwhelming. There was so much stuff coming out on Vita and all the collector's editions. You know how they grab you. They bringing out all the weeb-ass RPGs and the anime action. Like, God, there was so much stuff on the Vita. I actually had to stop collecting for the Vita purposely because I just couldn't keep up with it. I was like, all right, I'm just gonna stop here for a bit, give it some time. I'll come back to it at some point. I have not come back to it. I will though, one day. And there'll be so much stuff to discover on there. So Vita, I can't really help you with. I hear it is quite expensive to collect for these days. 3DS. Here's the problem with 3DS and Vita to some degree, but I'd say more so for the 3DS. It is very hard to buy lots for 3DS. Most lots are filled with shovelware. Right, so always the best way to collect for a console is to buy a group of games. So that way you can kind of like pick out a few games you like and keep and then trade or sell whatever the other ones are that you don't. Problem with 3DS is most people sell games individually. Especially because a lot of 3DS games, the ones that people want, are a bit on the uncommon or expensive side. So finding them grouped together is pretty difficult. So that makes it a little hard to collect for 3DS affordably. It also really depends what kind of games you're into. If you're into RPGs and stuff, you're just going to have to, unfortunately, pick and choose individually. You're not going to find any good deals on that kind of stuff. Like, I'm just scrolling through here to show you what I'm talking about. The only kind of lots you're going to find are ones like this, that have a selection of more common first-party, typically like Mario games grouped together. Something like this might be a good start. Look for these kind of lots. You can save a lot of money this way if you're into Mario stuff. Kind of Need for Speed randomly inserted here. Here's an interesting one. I like these kind of lots, the ones that just come with like a few like oddball non-mainline Nintendo games. Man, this game must have been printed. Like, look at this. I remember going into a store one time and they had an entire box filled with these games. They must have did wholesale for these for like 50 cents a game or something. Look at this. 18 copies of Legends of Chima, Laval's Journey. 18 of them for $32. $2 a game, not including shipping. Man. Yeah, like, what's the deal with this game? They must have made so many of those. Look, there it is. You're gonna see it all the time now, you'll see. For PS3, man, right now is a good time to be collecting for PS3. PS3 prices are at an all-time low. So, if I were you, I would just go on YouTube, pick a video of, like, recommendations. There's, like, a bajillion videos out there like that now. Or just look up PS3 exclusives and then go through those and check out some gameplay for each one. Start with those ones, because the exclusives are the ones that typically go up the fastest. But right now is a very good time for PS3. Prices are way down. Even the most sought-after games that used to be very expensive are pretty reasonable at the moment. Yes, the open world trope in modern games is definitely getting a little tiring. So when it comes to streaming, yes, it can determine the types of games that I am buying and playing. Not always, but it does mean that certain genres are, I'm a little less likely to, right, like picking up a game that's going to take 70 hours to beat. I'm way less likely to do that these days. But the upside to that is it just means that I spend less time playing one game and get to spread my time out across multiple games. Did you eventually get yourself a copy of Chrono Trigger, though? Hey, we never got Terra Enigma over here, so... But Chrono Trigger is definitely the one you'd rather get between the two. They're trying to make another franchise as successful as Ninjago, but none of them ended up... Yeah, I think they banked a little too hard into that Chima game. Snoopy vs. Red Baron. Unfortunately, I still have not played that one. I did play the 360 iteration, the one that had multiplayer over Xbox Live, and I remember kind of enjoying that one. But Snoopy and the Red Baron, from what people tell me, is highly regarded. Most people actually really enjoy it. So if you're on the fence about picking it up, I would get it, based on what people tell me. If you haven't used your PS3 in a while, if you start it up and Wi-Fi Bluetooth doesn't work, don't update your system. Okay, I typically hook up my PS3 with Ethernet, so it's a good to know, though. I like Chrono Trigger. I'm not obsessive over it like some people are, though. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it. I think I would appreciate it more if I actually played it on Super Nintendo back in the day. My first version of it was the PS1 version. So I think it was a little harder to appreciate it playing PS1 first. It's not the best way to play that game the first time. The load times are ridiculous. Also, I am really not a fan of games that have time travel. Chrono Trigger is one of the few exceptions where I actually kind of like it. But I'm still not a fan of time travel games. $140 PS3 games. I still gotta play this chaotic game. Picked it up on 360. Figuring out the world of chaotic, which I didn't pay attention to whatsoever when that came out, has been pretty fun. The thing about chaotic is the television show that the games and the cards and stuff were based on. Oh man, it's so primitive. It's like Flash animation. But then eventually you get over the hump of the Flash animation and you start to realize, like, damn, some of these stories are actually pretty good. The character interactions and the lore is amazing. And then the last season of the show actually has, like, they stepped the animation up entirely to a whole different style and it looks really cool. But the way that chaotic worked, it's a way that a lot of people probably wished Pokemon worked in a way. Where, like, there's the real world and then there's the chaotic world. So they enter chaotic, which they still have their human bodies, but in the world of chaotic, it's where you can, like, battle, right? So if you go into, like, the battle arena and stuff, your body's still there. But then you enter the third world. I mean, this shit gets deep. The world of Param, where, okay, imagine Pokemon Snap, right? Where you enter the Pokemon universe, but if you get attacked by a Pokemon, you can actually, like, die, and then you lose your body in the virtual world, and, like, you can never re-enter, something like that. So it's sort of like a more realistic, more darker take, I guess, on, like, the Pokemon formula. It's pretty interesting. I forget how it actually, like, really goes, but you, like, if you encounter, it's like playing Pokemon Snap. You see the monsters in the chaotic world, you snap it, you scan them, and when you scan them, you, like, capture them, and then you're able to turn into the monster instead of, like, summoning it and having it fight for you. The characters turn into the creatures and fight as the creatures. It's a cool little, like, lore how they do it. It's kind of different, but having not grown up with that show, it's definitely a little hard to get into at first. You'll see what I mean if you ever try it. Very primitive Flash looking animation, but the lore is cool. The characters are cool. And the artwork on the cards is, like, so much more badass than what the show looks like, honestly. But yeah, like Yu-Gi-Oh, the card artwork was tied directly into the show. So when you saw the cards in the show, those exact card artworks and stuff were in the card game and the show. So they did a good job with marketing. I actually met, like, one of the guys that was like one of the lead producers. I actually asked him what his role was, and he was like, this was at, like, a card convention. He was like, I don't think I really had an official role, but I was responsible for, like, pretty much a lot of the stuff to do with chaotic, how the cards were marketed, how the show was marketed, so I got a lot of, like, insight from one of the higher ups, which is fun. I wasn't recording it or anything. It's not really good etiquette to record those kind of conversations at a convention. They're also way more likely to tell you cool stuff if you're not openly recording a conversation. Yes, I used to play Mag. I played Mag for a few months for sure. Like, I was definitely pretty into it. I was playing in full lobbies of 256 players. Believe the hype, it was as cool as you thought it was. Like, as cool as it sounded. They did some magic trickery, though, to kind of, like, hide 256 players in one lobby. It was essentially like having a bunch of lobbies sewn together, giving you the illusion of being in one giant 256 player match, where you would never truly encounter all the players, but the mini-map and the notifications would give the illusion that you were in like this giant war with all those players. Don't get me wrong, all the players were in the game, but you would never have like all the players could never meet up. That just would never happen. It was dispersed in a way that made you feel like you were part of something big, but you would never truly feel the full impact of it. But it still felt awesome. Alright, I think that'll be a good place to call it for tonight. If you came in late, you can watch the VOD on YouTube. As soon as the stream is over, just make sure you go to the live tab and the stream will just automatically show up there. So if you want to rewind it and watch from the beginning, you can. And from now on, for people on the Twitch side, unfortunately I can't archive eBay streams really for the long term at all anymore on Twitch. For those that are unaware of the change that is coming in about a month, they will no longer let you highlight more than 100 hours worth of stuff on Twitch. So that means like once the past broadcast expires, that's it. It's gone. So everything, you'll have to go to the YouTube live archive to, like on my main channel for eBay streams, to watch it. Just a heads up. But thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. Appreciate it. Like I said, we will be starting Sly 2, my first playthrough of Sly Cooper 2. That will be coming up probably next stream. So look forward to that.